Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Shadowverse. Today is Friday, December 10th. Let's hop in. Alright, yep. Once again, we have sat on the title too long and we ran into this glitch. Yeah, I really don't know why it says click to show ID because, like, very rarely would a streamer not want their ID shown. Because the ID is the exact same thing you do to make private matches, but, or at least I think it is. Actually, let's check that. Maybe it's just two numbers that look very similar. See, if I was coming over here and if I was going to create a private match, just a regular private match, create match, I guess that is a different number. And it's a much shorter number than the private ID, so I guess there is a reason that you wouldn't want the private ID out there, although I'm not sure if it really matters. But whatever. Even if you don't know that there's a security flaw, adding extra security is still the right way to go in most cases, unless you're just making things insanely complicated and making it so that people don't want to follow the security procedures to the point where they start lowering security. That's the problem with passwords, certainly, is if you require minimum of 25 characters with a capital and a lowercase and a number and a symbol, and like a lot of people will then just type in like password capital P 123 number sign 123, something like that, something that still is incredibly easy to guess via dictionary based attack, even with a lot of characters. And password 123 would, you probably then just have to keep on adding numbers at the end to get to 25, and that's still not particularly secure. I guess we'll play Havencraft Arena today. The Game Awards happened. Let's see, which one's Havencraft, I guess this is Havencraft. The Game Awards happened, and there's a lot of teaser and trailers that came out, and in between trying to record a couple of episodes of the Telltale Batman game, I fast forward through it, watching another YouTuber quote unquote comment on the Game Awards as they went on, but in all actuality he really wasn't commenting at all. He was he had nothing informative to say at all. It was really just awful standard YouTube streamer thing to do, where you want to get those views and you want to get your fan base to watch through your channel versus watching just the official stream. Which, in all fairness, I have done that for some of the E3 things, and even when I was watching it and trying to think about how would I comment on all these trailers of new games, I really wouldn't have had much more to say. Like, even knowing there's a bias where most people, including me, are in love with their own ideas and their own words, I don't feel like there was any really substantive reveals so much as just these little trailers that are telling you dates, and the dates are lies, and the trailers are lies for the most part, so the whole thing was just like 3 hours plus of a waste of time. But we'll mention the trailers today, and that'll make today's stream go a little bit longer. I also wanted to say that it is kind of tough playing the Batman Telltale game, in the sense that you're playing as Bruce Wayne, you're playing as Batman, So you have a very established, set in stone character that doesn't really give you the freedom to pick, at least in my mind, in my feelings. I really don't have the freedom to pick different lines of dialogue compared to what I know or what I feel like Batman would say. Because he's just such an established character compared to Lee in the Walking Dead Telltale series, who is a totally made-up character, brand new. He was a blank piece of paper. You could write anything to it. Furthermore, the Batman Telltale series is telling a tale at the very beginning of Batman's career in this iteration. So you're just now meeting Catwoman. Harvey Dent is not Two-Face yet. I've met a very oddly animated Oswald Cobblepot, who was apparently childhood friends with Bruce Wayne, which that's different, certainly. But also Oswald Cobblepot is like super tall and does not look like a penguin at all. Which one of the main characteristics of a penguin is that they're short and kind of fat, and this guy is tall and skinny. It's kind of ridiculous. And that would be kind of cool if maybe Catwoman was just a thief who didn't dress up like a cat, but maybe had a cat tattoo or something. And Oswald the penguin just had like a penguin tattoo or something, or a penguin patch on his shirt or his coat, and there were just little hints and nods of it. One of the things I think that would have really established you can do anything you want in this story, regardless of the fact that it's Batman, is if they were straight up allowing the player to pick up a gun, or encouraging a player to pick up a gun and just shoot somebody from the very beginning. That'd be weird in a Telltale game in the first place, because Telltale games really don't have gun physics or anything like that, but it would also just be like very much establishing that this is a alternate world where anything and everything could happen, and you could play Batman Bruce Wayne any way you want. That being said, DC is gonna clearly have a heavy control over Telltale and tell them, no, you can't make Batman do something incredibly out of character. You can't make Batman be the villain. You can't make Batman shoot a gun. Things like that. Where in the Telltale series, that might have been a great place to try to do something like that, and even create some controversy potentially by playing that way. Batman as a character to license in a Telltale game is also like the worst character possibly to pick, because you are paying a lot for that license, almost certainly, and then you're not able to give the open world feeling or the open choices feeling. It's not an open world game by any means. 3 times now, in the first 3 times I've been allowed to walk in a small open 3D environment, there's been just absolutely nothing in those environments at all. It's just like, okay, you can wander around, you can look at some graffiti on the wall, and once you're done looking at everything, the story moves forward. It's way less of a situation like the final season of The Walking Dead Telltale game, where there's zombies around and where there's a risk of setting off a zombie attack or setting off a booby trap or something. There's also seemingly at no point here any collectibles that you pick up. There are also problems where they're trying to force into actions. So there's a point where Bruce Wayne is getting mugged by Knife Point, and it forces you into a judo fighting thing. Whereas in my mind, and maybe I'm wrong about this, I'm not a heavy DC fanboy, but I've seen enough of Batman. I think most people have seen enough of Batman to kind of know what kind of character he is. In my mind, the mugger wanted his wallet, his watch, basically just valuables. I would think that the world's greatest detective, and they often fail to make Batman show that he's smart in any ways. If anything, they show him as an emotionally stunted idiot in a lot of cases. But I would think Batman as Bruce Wayne would have bat trackers built into all of his wallets, all of his watches. He's probably got closets full of hundreds of them as a rich playboy that he pretends to be as Bruce Wayne. I think he would have bat trackers in them. I think he would hand that stuff over and let himself be mugged, and then have this little low-level punk that's mugging you be the little fish that you let go, so you could follow the watch to the pawnbroker or the person that he's trading those things for money for, or for drugs or whatever. And so you could follow it up the chain to a bigger criminal. And frankly, as Batman, like, you could just get evidence of those people and hand that over to Gordon, Commissioner Gordon. It's not even really a Batman level supervillain. So unless it led up to Falcone, which is one of the gangsters, or like the Penguin, which in this story the Penguin hasn't even really established himself as being a bad guy yet, just that he probably will be a bad guy. But yeah, I could see you just like doing your Batman thing and either tying them up real quickly and leaving them for the police, or just turning over the evidence directly to Commissioner Gordon and tipping off Commissioner Gordon. Inevitably, Commissioner Gordon too, to be an ally with Batman, who stays in power. You would have to assume that Batman would have to feed him criminals and help him be the most successful cop on the force. But no, the game wanted a fight action sequence, so you have a sequence where Bruce Wayne is fighting a guy with a knife, a mugger with a knife, which that doesn't really make sense. The Batman Telltale game also is stupidly made. I mean, there's really no other way to get around it. That you start the game, and instead of it asking, like, do you want the minimal heads-up interface or the regular heads-up interface, which you want the minimal, almost certainly. And maybe that was a feature that was added later, but it would have been very easy to just add that prompt at the beginning of the game anyways when you added that feature. Instead of asking that, it asks, do you want the bat equipment to glow with blue or red or yellow or purple highlight neon colors? And I chose blue, but none of it really quite feels Batman-ish. And if you pick blue, then Catwoman's equipment will glow purple, at least it did in my instance. If you pick purple, then Catwoman's equipment will glow a different color, so there's probably 4 characters that are going to have 4 bits of electronic equipment that glows. That only gets... That's a really dumb feature, unnecessary. It just seems almost like we're unwilling to make an artistic decision ourselves, or they're trying to sell it like That's some amazing, amazing option that no other game has ever done when it really isn't. Again, Batman is not a character that you expect to have customization of his appearance. If I was going to get any customization of his appearance, it would be, I would want skins that let me dress up the characters like Batman 66 or a different previous Batsuit. Arkham City did that fairly well, and even in that case, I didn't really want to play as any of the other outfits. There was also a scene in the Batman Telltale series where there's just a lady that was just straight up moving her mouth and not making any sound in the background. It was in a press conference. I legitimately thought they were hinting that she was a crazy old lady and she was going to jump up on the stage and cause some kind of disturbance. And they show her in the background twice and nothing happens with her. Like, nothing at all. Not, unless there's some kind of hint in that she shows up later. I guess you maybe could have taken it that she was talking to someone else and the game just didn't give her a voice. But honestly, it really just feels like they had bad animation. That they planned on the lady saying something and then gave up halfway through because they ran out of money. This really would have been about the time when Telltale was just at its last leg as far as just funding, which all the more makes it confusing that in the game awards they announced, the new Telltale company announced a Telltale game based on the Amazon Prime series called The Expanse, which ironically I did try to watch like the first couple episodes of The Expanse and could not get into it. Seems like a lot of people are into it. Maybe a lot of people are into it because over the 8 or 9 seasons it's gone, they've switched a lot of things out. In a lot of ways it kind of feels like it could be a somewhat interesting sci-fi show, somewhat like Babylon 5, but part of the thing I would say about Babylon 5 that The Expanse fails at least the first couple of episodes, is The Expanse very quickly tries to establish this collection of different languages that is basically like Creole. And so you have characters saying words that just don't make any sense in English at all. Whereas Babylon 5, every alien, everybody spoke in English or were translated to English for the benefit of the viewer, even if they actually weren't speaking in the English, or they were subtitled, which is, I don't think there was even subtitles translating in The Expanse. And that's just the default thing that I think any sci-fi show is going to have. At a certain point, you can go as far as like the word frack in Battlestar Galactica's reboot. If it's just a flavor text word, if it's just an insult or a replacement word for something, that makes sense. But when you have 2 or 3 replacement words or just different words that don't mean anything in English, you've gone way too far. I think part of the problem with The Expanse that also lost my interest is it doesn't feel like they go anywhere different. And Babylon 5 kind of had that problem too, where it was all on a space station. It would be a little bit more beneficial to have the idea of particularly the first run of Star Trek, where you end up beaming down the planets a lot of times. You end up on the space station, on the spaceship a lot too, but it keeps it varied. And I guess if they actually do make that Babylon reboot, that would be one thing I would say is, let's make Babylon 5 be a space station that has distinctive different floors that look very different. Have a floor that is just super tall and looks like it's got trees and an artificial sky, and just like really, even if it is technically on a space station, really opens up the possibility of doing something different. And that is something that the holodeck certainly was there for in Next Generation, was to open up even more places they could go in telling stories. But yeah, to get back to the accountability section, I definitely feel like I'm going to struggle to play the Batman Telltale game. Struggle just to get to the end of it. I'm really upset that I spent the money to get the DLC to play it in Shadow modes, only to find out that the Shadows mode is just garbage and not something I would actually ever want to really play. That's disappointing, to say the least. Let's see. Do we want to do this? Or do we want to do this? Well, that didn't work. And I know there's a whole second Telltale game, I think called Batman the Enemy Within or something, that I need to cover, but I seriously doubt I'll be able to cover it back to back. I'll just be so incredibly exhausted by the first game.
This is merely the beginning.
I suppose it is also worth mentioning that I didn't work on my macro at all, and so I've kind of at least temporarily backburnered that in favor of actually making more footage, which I was going to work more on it this weekend somewhat, so I'm trying to get back into the habit of recording over the week. And fingers crossed, I may have, for the most part, eliminated most of the distractions that have been popping up and sending me in different directions outside of just making footage. Okay. You have to play this or you're dead. And gotta evolve. And need to attack. Need to do this. So, let's go through the video game news now and wrap things up. Myst is not new on Steam by any means. This is the re-release remake of Myst, which has just been called Myst. In all fairness, I don't know if you can actually buy the old Myst. This is at its 1-year anniversary, and since I follow Cyan, and since I do love Myst, I give it kind of special treatment. Yeah, you can get Real Myst Masterpiece Edition and Myst Masterpiece Edition, but you cannot get the original Myst, Which at a certain point, yeah, this is 2021, this was 2011, so you're talking 10-year remaster. It's not too crazy. Real Mist was a slightly different game compared to Mist, and frankly, this new Mist is closer to Real Mist Masterpiece Edition than it is Mist Masterpiece Edition. Because this one has free movement and this one doesn't, if I recall correctly. But the original Mist honestly was an Apple II product, so you would have been playing a port even if you did have the original version of the game on PC anyways. And there's just been kind of a consistent history that has really hurt Cyan as a company. They basically had no intention of making any new games until about, I'd say, 4 years ago. And then they started to finally try and make some new games. Which led them to successfully creating Abduction, which is not as good as Myst and is not talked about much anymore. Try to be a publisher for a different game that didn't succeed very well, and they're working on another product. You can see how Real Mist here is 3D with free movement instead of tiny little screens. But even by this middle tier step, I wouldn't be surprised if every single model had to be remade in the remake again. And certainly some of the things are just straight up being reimagined more than just traced over and remade, because they logically didn't look that good in the first place, or didn't make sense in the first place. Let's see. I know they love this intro, but the intro is actually not what the video should be showing. So yeah, there was a lot of lacking of detail or just darkness, where you would have had to decide to change things up and add detail here and there. It is probably one of the best examples of taking the spirit of a game and remastering it, if I was to guess, compared to anything else. And faithful remakes and remasters are not really required in my opinion. Even as a very large fan of Myst, as long as the puzzles feel mostly the same, it's fine. Honestly, they wouldn't do terrible if they made a game just called Myst 2, considering how the real Myst 2 would have been called Riven, the sequel to Myst. If this remake led them to making a game called Myst 2, where it was completely different story, completely different puzzles, that would be fine by me. Some of the world building in the later Myst games could be rethought or done in a different direction. If they just straight up embrace the idea that this Myst with this reboot is actually an alternate reality, and they teased that would have been the smartest thing, and I don't think that they actually did this. If at the end of this game they teased you by showing you some kind of portal where you saw the original Myst Island as it used to be, and there was a note that said this is alternate reality 1157 and you're in reality 5431, that would be amazing. Much like how, a spoiler for Half-Life Alyx, that seems like what they've decided to do with the Half-Life series. Is just say it's taken too long, let's reboot it, let's go in a different direction. Of course, Cyan Worlds can't really do that at the moment, because they don't even have the new Steam beta feature for the publisher page. They can't do that at the moment because they're working on a completely different game and a completely different series, and they have effectively decided that they want to start a whole new universe in a whole different world. Abduction easily could have been in the Mist universe too, and there is even a tease, a joke that would imply that Abduction is connected to the Mist universe in some way, but not really in a good way. The joke implies that Mist is just a video game and that Abduction is the real world, and the way Abduction ends doesn't really leave a lot of room for sequels either. And part of the problem with Abduction is they tried to have characters as like 3D models, but they still ended up doing the standard thing where you have people that are just talking to you through radios and such, and they don't actually interact with the world. Like they've really failed to figure out how to make worlds with human beings in it, even if they're just human beings standing around. In a lot of ways, I guess the Myst series is the perfect game for people who are slightly on the Asperger's scale and can't deal with humans, because it's a world almost completely devoid of human interaction and cycling around, interacting with objects. Okay. Just keep on.
Can I haunt you too?
How you treat a lady? Is that how you treat a lady?
Keep playing here. But I guess that was pretty much just a excuse for me to talk about Myst once again, which, heck, compared to going on to a rant, I would much prefer to talk about games I love. It would just be kind of crazy to talk about the games I love over and over again. And that is something that I think people find fairly annoying of a lot of streamers, if they're just talking about the same thing over and over again. Sure, make your single episode where you rant about the game you love, make that the topic of the video, and that's fine. But if you're live streaming, particularly in my case when I'm supposed to be talking about video game news, if I'm just propagandizing my love of a specific game over and over again, that's going to get very repetitive, to say the least. Here we're looking at a game called Perfect Heist 2, which doesn't look as bad as most low polygon theft simulator games, I guess. But it still doesn't look particularly interesting to me. $7.99. I think it has a heavy online focus. English, allegedly full audio. Get back to the accountability section. Before I started streaming, for the first time, I watched a new episode of X-Play, and it's different, to say the least. And I don't think it's better different, but I don't know if it's worse different. The thing about X-Play originally, I would say, as I remember it, is you would have Morgan Webb, but more often than not, like Adam Sessler, taken off the screen as they were showing gameplay footage, and he would go into these long, like, voiceover monologues of describing the game and, like, reviewing it. I don't think in X-Play, in the old X-Play, there was ever a time where Adam Sessler really would have kind of a conversation about the game with Morgan Webb after that. Whereas in a 30-minute video covering where Cyberpunk 2077 is now a year later, which they very consistently said the game is good over and over again, which I feel like either that was unnecessary or that was just stupid to repeat yourself that much. After about 15 minutes of Adam Sessler doing the old X-Play thing of doing the monologue, explaining the game and such, then he brings in two of the new people who are obviously set up to be his replacements. And I know they're set up to be his replacements because he's doing this out of his bedroom, out of his recording studio, not bedroom, out of his recording studio, which maybe is his bedroom, I don't know, but I don't see a bed, so I'm just going to say recording studio. But he's not doing it in the studio, the television studio at G4 that they spent probably way too much money on to build. He's not sitting on the couch next to the other two new people talking to him. He's talking over Skype to them, which makes me suspect he probably flew in for the launch party for G4, and just like Kevin Perret fully admitted that he didn't plan on sticking around for long, I think Adam Sessler is not really planning to stick around for long. I don't think they really want him to stick around for long, and you're going to have the new people explicitly be the reviewers within a year and a half at latest. But yeah, they're having this whole sit-down conversation. Now, in all fairness, what video game reviews are today is different than what they would have been back in the day of G4, where people do want to see more of where the sausage is made, and the Bombcast in particular helps shift that direction, where people working at a video game review site, which in the old days at least Giant Bomb was a video game review site, so you would want to see those different reviewers talking about the games and just being friendly and just having those around the water cooler conversations and see where people's heads are at and how they're thinking, instead of that all being hidden behind an editorial wall of secrecy. But yeah, that doesn't feel like X-Play, so it definitely felt really, really long after about the 15-minute mark. It didn't feel like they had anything really insightful to say about Cyberpunk 2077, which, in all fairness, I don't know if I would have too much insightful to say about it. I think there is a mistake in that they don't compare it to Deus Ex, because from the outside looking in, it seems fairly obvious that Cyberpunk is a Deus Ex clone, Mankind Divided in particular. They did certainly point out that a year into Cyberpunk 2077, they've patched things and made it less buggy, but they really haven't done anything as far as new contents or improvements compared to something like No Man's Sky or even Fable, where those games made significant improvements after their individual backlashes.
Smiles are the best medicine.
But yeah, I think I would have a hard time really listening to X-Play if they're going to be 30-minute videos for a single game review. X-Play definitely was a 30-minute show that had like 3 or 4 games that were reviewed on G4. So you're talking 3 times as long as it used to be You're definitely seeing,
Call on me
I
again.
think, less footage than what they would have done before. Well, I think this might be the right move. You got 2 chances to hit this one.
Finish the job. You were done for.
Kaboom! No one needed.
And yeah, I really have to question whether I care about the opinions of whoever is actually writing the reviews, or whoever will be actually writing the reviews on X-Play in the future, or if I just care at all. It's a very different time now than it was back in the days of G4, where when G4 was around, I probably still had like dial-up internet. I was not particularly aware of or going to video game review websites. It probably wouldn't have even been particularly informative or beneficial to go to a video game review site back in the days of G4. So there was a big difference there as far as just a massive demand for information and reviews, something to bridge the gap between the obvious propaganda of Nintendo Power only, which only talked about Nintendo, and I don't think I even knew, as far as Game Informer, if it existed back then. I wouldn't have known about it. But now that we just have websites that will tell us about, they will just reprint us the press releases about games. Now that we have reviews on Steam, they'll tell me what real players feel like are on a game. I don't think there really is a lot of room, if any room, for professional reviewer or mainstream video game reviewers out there. If I want a video game review, I want it from a more independent source, because I trust a random nobody on YouTube more than I trust G4, which is a beholden company that is indebted enough that they will try and sell advertisements and just say Cyberpunk 2077 is a good game, when I think most people would still say today it's not really a good game. And I don't think it's particularly savable from the outside looking in. Again, I don't think it's particularly savable because I don't think the story's good. I don't think the concept's good. I don't think the world was taken seriously for what it was selling itself as and what it was pretending it would be. I think that there is a sleazy way, and then I'm not serious about this way, to have a kind of world where people's bodies don't matter, and there's effectively a sexual revolution around that. And then there's I think you can tell that story just fine, but then there is also the way Cyberpunk 2077 did it, where there's just dildos everywhere and sex toys everywhere and just ads all throughout the world when they're trying to make a message of ridiculous corporate consumerism.
Prepare for defeat.
I don't think it focuses or thinks about what it's trying to say well enough to send a message. And frankly, both of those two topics are so in need of detailed observation and examination that you shouldn't have both in the game. If you were going to create a world of Cyberpunk, I think there is a game to make there where it's like nobody, there's this like sexual revolution that happens and people's bodies are very much transformable at the whim, and it's a vanity has just taken over all of humanity. And then there's a different story to tell about corporations gaining all the power and promoting insane consumerism. And you might have a little bit of overlap there, but not enough for those both to exist. And neither one of those honestly feel like they are what I would expect from Cyberpunk. From just the phrase Cyberpunk in general. And when you see it in Deus Ex Mankind Divided, there is a narrative in the world of Deus Ex Mankind Divided that has people needing to augment their limbs because of basically bad corporations and dangerous jobs requiring it. That poor class of people are most of the victims of this need for limb augmentation for their job, and they go into debt, and then they're constantly addicted to a drug to fight rejection of these cybernetic limbs, or fight the pain of the cybernetic limbs. Very rarely in Mankind Divided is there a lot of people just getting like aesthetic reason implants or augmented limbs. And if it does happen, it's just like one person and not half of your society. But all of that is kind of a linear narrative, and it's focused heavily on that. They don't go into branching ideas or side thoughts.
Delightful.
Okay.
You're done for.
I really don't have time to be going on side conversations. That I really wouldn't even call that a rant. That was actually a video game related conversation at that point, but I don't have time for it. So we're gonna burn through a lot of things fairly quickly. GameDeveloper.com says Omaida Research reveals that 12.5 million consumer VR headsets sold in 2021, with content spending exceeding $2 billion, which, okay, I could see that. I don't really feel like that's a big number, though. Still, but yeah, I could see a lot of people at home thinking, hey, I can't get a PlayStation 5, I can't get an Xbox Series X, let's get a VR headset, let's try that. Minecraft has put out an important security message. There's a security vulnerability in the Java edition. Now, at a certain point, since the Java edition has started to just install Java by default in its own launcher instead of it being an external program you needed to install, which that was a horrible situation, particularly after Java in general stopped being supported. They now have to maintain a lot more code and confirm it. There's a form of an exploit within log4j, a common Java logging library.
Is fighting and despair all you know?
This one's for my family.
You need to update your Java thing if you have modified clients or third-party launchers. Let's see. Different sets if you're running different servers here. You have to tell it basically to disable some lookups for different versions. Apparently version 1.7 and below are not affected, so it almost seems like they introduced a version of the library that introduced the security flaw. We don't hear about this a lot, certainly, and you particularly would only hear about it in things like Java that have a much larger user base and using a lot of libraries, whereas other games probably would just be able to automatically update, or they would just never disclose it. Minecraft has a big enough player base as the biggest game or most popular game ever at least it used to be, where there could easily be several exploits very unique to Minecraft. They're asking people to retweet the update also, which, okay. The issue has been patched. At a certain point, please retweet to amplify, though. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Like, as a video game critic. Yeah, I don't think it really even matters if I retweeted it or not, because I don't think that many people follow my Twitter feed. Speaking of Cyberpunk, since it's the year anniversary, it's been a year since the release. Thank you for all the support and passion you've given us. I don't know how much support or passion, really, people have given them. I think they've probably gotten more support and passion than they deserve, but let's just be honest. I don't think people are super thrilled with Cyberpunk and still talking about it. It does get into a deeper thought that should we talk about games on their anniversaries, particularly a 1-year anniversary compared to like a 5-year or 10-year anniversary, because you would filter out a lot of games as being irrelevant at their 5-year anniversary compared to a 1-year anniversary.
For everything.
Like Fallout 76 is a game that probably got talked about a lot on its 1-year anniversary, but by the time it got to its 2-year anniversary, I imagine a lot fewer people were actually willing to talk about it or care about it. Guess I'll just play this. The Fallout guys have a Nightmare Before Christmas themed skins, which, okay, I guess that probably fits in with their art style fairly well. Let's see. Ubisoft's NFT announcement gets more than 95% dislikes on YouTube. There's a Ubisoft Quartz NFTs to sell, basically microtransactions. Adafruit, the seller of embedded or makerspace type things, circuits and chips and things like that. Apparently they've been so harassed, or felt that they've been so harassed by people asking them when they're going to do an NFT. They've decided to sell a shirt that says something along the lines of, I don't do NFTs unless you mean nice freaking t-shirts. And freaking is actually the F word, but I'll censor myself there. Honestly, it should say freaking. It's kind of stupid to have a t-shirt with the F word on it. Like, that's going to cause fights at some point. But yeah, as far as Ubisoft's idea of doing NFTs, it's no shock that people are not thrilled with that. And I think this also highlights that the dislike button being disabled almost coincidentally at the same time is not affecting anything at all, because it, at least at the moment, is still very doable to use plugins to see the number of dislikes.
You're a fiery one.
And frankly, even if you weren't able to see the dislike things, let's see. You could potentially just assume that 16,000 views on the video and a dislike button, and then the very few likes on the video. You could kind of just assume for every like there's 2, 3, 4, 5 times as many dislikes. Like, without even having a plugin, I could see news reporters just creating their own algorithm to say, if we see any dislikes at all, we're going to just assume that it's at least 50% dislikes.
Smiles are the best medicine.
But yeah. At a certain level, and I don't want to embed any generosity that's undue to Ubisoft here at all. I think Ubisoft was stupid to announce this, but they have probably done the video gaming community a favor just to establish that nobody is going to like this. This probably allows Ubisoft to say, we were going to do NFTs and everybody hated it, so we've taken that off the table as far as all the activist shareholders who wanted them to do NFTs. Other companies, other video game companies can now point to this as an example, saying, we're not doing NFTs. The public has said they would not support and do not like NFTs. So, they may very well accidentally have bitten a bullet for the rest of the video gaming world.
You were done for. I've got all the magic I need. Is that how you treat a lady?
Forget it. I'm done.
Pain, go away.
Okay. Yeah, I think we pretty much win next turn if we get lucky. Let's see. Various Warzone Pacific launch issues are being investigated, including crashes and visual glitches, according to Video Games Chronicles. CD Projekt Red has entered settlement talks with investors who sued over the botched Cyberpunk launch. Here's another thing certainly about Cyberpunk is that I just don't even recognize this as the main character because they went first person. It was going to originally be a third person game, and halfway through development somebody demanded it become first person. So I don't even recognize that. I wouldn't be surprised if some people actually assume that the Keanu Reeves character is actually the main character of the game, instead of being a character you barely see. Okay. Let's do this. And let's do this.
You're in good hands.
And then
The
do
real
this.
battle begins.
And do that. So we can do that and that. Let's see. Xbox Winter Game Fest is going to offer 36 free demos of upcoming indie games. Demos are available to download until December 21st. Let's see. I don't know if I would recognize any of these names here. And this really is just an announcement. I recognize Nobody Saves the World from Drinkbox Studio. But I really don't remember what it is. So it's just like the worst time to announce this. There was also claims of very large numbers of games being announced for the Game Awards, and while there were a lot of trailers, almost all of them were of old games. There's just not
I pray that you will be
anywhere
freed
close
from
to
suffering.
20 new games that were announced. And frankly, even the new games that are announced kind of don't matter, because you're given these little teaser trailers and you don't know anything about the game, and you don't believe that they've really come out, that they'll ever come out, or that they'll come out in time, in the time they say. I find this story confusing. PlayStation has apparently patented the Death Stranding's online path building features.
Is fighting
The
and
game's
despair
unique
all you
collaborative
know?
environment changing idea has been protected by Sony, which doesn't make sense. Was Sony a investor in Death Stranding? They must have been. Otherwise, effectively, this is a story that Sony/PlayStation has just stolen an idea from Kojima. And I don't think it would be just phrased that way if that's what they meant. On the second part of that, it doesn't make sense for a game mechanic to be patented. In general, patents have hurt video games consistently over the decades. The most notable case of that is, I believe, Atari, maybe it was a different company, having a patent on having mini games that are different from the main game inside of a loading screen. And that has single-handedly caused the vast majority of games to just have loading screens when they could have had little mini games going or tutorials. I think Bayonetta found a way around that, because Bayonetta's minigame in their loading screen was actually just a tutorial for the main game. But the idea of playing like asteroids or something while something bigger is loading has been patented for decades. I think the patent finally ran out. And the one thing that I think was probably creative and imaginative was the pathfinding, collaborative path designing element of Death Stranding. Here, the article also talks about how Warner Brothers patented the Nemesis system in Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, which, if anything, that system has suffered horribly because it has been patented, because then you just have the other Shadow of War, Middle-earth Shadow of War game to be the only other game to really try to even implement a Nemesis system.
Give me your stuff, and I might let
Whereas,
you live.
had they not patented it, I think we would be seeing several games by now that have Nemesis systems, or it would just be straight up a default thing in a lot of games. Like the Marvel game that was pretty bad. Great place to have a Nemesis system. That totally lines up for the idea of what a superhero game should have. I would go through this article a little bit more in detail if I had time, but I don't, so I'll leave it at that.
May happiness be with you.
Also, Halo Infinite players are being advised not to use quick save or quick resume. It can result in losing access to multiplayer cosmetics. So don't use quick resume. The Epic Games Store will reportedly give away 15 free games over Christmas. Its claimed promotion will kick off next week with Shenmue 3. That seems in line. The update here is that next week's Epic game title hasn't been revealed as usual. Instead, they're saying they're giving away a mystery game on December 16th, which almost seems like this is not going to be Shenmue 3 at that point. It seems in line with what they did in last year. I wouldn't be surprised if the games are fairly pathetic. Funnily enough, I heard about a Humble Bundle that actually sounds like it might be a decent deal, so I'm going to have to actually, for the first time in probably 8 months, open up Humble Bundle again. Which may be an indication that I have forgotten enough of my distaste for Humble Bundle and the way they're trying to get more and more money out of the hands of the charities that the money was supposed to go to or could go to and into the hands of the company itself. But if I'm recalling correctly, the vast majority of the reason why I stopped looking at Humble Bundles is all the Humble Bundles were just offering the same games over and over again that I had already gotten. And it was just a waste of time to look at it.
You lived well. Now die. Nothing I can't handle. Oh, waffle cakes.
One thing
No!
I think we definitely should, Microsoft should look into, is a different system instead of just using the standard networking protocols.
You were done for.
Like, because there is a kind of consistent problem where the way network connections are set up, whether they're wired or Wi-Fi, is built on just a fundamental assumption that a device will be always plugged in, always turned on, and always connected to the network. That is not really the reality for a lot of devices. There's plenty of computers that get turned off and then they get turned back on, or they go to sleep and they wake up from sleep mode, and the network hardware has always had problems with that because it just wasn't built around that concept from day one. There are low power devices such as my Wi-Fi smoke detector, which fingers crossed will actually work and continue to work. I am once again working on my Wi-Fi. I didn't still have yet to find a way to stop it from losing connection every now and then. It feels like it's losing less connection, but it still feels like it's losing connection. Or it is losing connection. Arguably,
Damn rain.
there might be a reason to go back to a very old version of the DDWRT, like incredibly old, like 6-7 months ago old.
I'll show you.
And if I was gonna do that, then
Step back.
yeah,
New arrival incoming.
maybe just stop upgrading
No way.
the firmware ever at that point. But I also think there have been actual security versions, improvements on security
Needs an afterlife plan.
in more recent times than that.
I'm glad you're here.
But yeah, networking in general needs a rethinking. They need to look towards something like ESP Now's proprietary protocol and establish something similar to that, where it gets away from the idea of having 8 layers of the OSI model and is more down to a more reasonable 3 or 4 layers. It requires a lot less overhead. The amount of overhead in a network packet is ridiculous, and it's only slightly improved if you get out of standard and start sending out jumbo packets or something like that, and that's just not standardized enough to really be worth trying. Frankly, the whole thing needs to be rethought. The original internet connection speeds and concepts were built around technology from 30-40 years ago, so everything is just on a different scale. How fast a chip can actually process data is on considerably different scales. Just the idea of even having ports and port numbers is kind of pointless at this point. And at a certain level, they probably should just break backward compatibility completely. Of course, the problem is there have been several different standards, and so you would just be effectively making yet another standard. Let's see if this works. So if I evolve to attack, I can't attack at that point. Moving on with news, Ubisoft's latest free PC game is Anno 1404 History Edition, which, let's see, you would have to get it through the Ubisoft store, and you'd almost assume that the History Edition is not really a game at all, but I don't think that's really the case. Halo the Endless has been a trademark applied for. A trademark has been applied for Halo the Endless by Microsoft. It was filed this month ahead of Halo Infinite's release. I wouldn't be surprised if it is for some spin-off game or just for some potential future project they haven't even thought of before. I wouldn't also be surprised if it actually has something to do with the TV series, which they're teasing. We already talked about this. Epic Games' next title is a mystery game. It'll replace Godfall Challenger Edition and Prison Architect.
Hey, pal.
Sonic Frontiers has been officially announced for holiday of 2022. This is where we're going to start getting into the announcements that happened during the Game Awards. I really have to question whether it is smart to just put all these trailers together on one big night. And I really have to question if this isn't just straight up nepotism trying to help Jeff Keighley or create a Oscars for video games when really there shouldn't be. There's just like way too many trailers and announcements, way too many commercials, way too many musical interludes in the Game Awards anyways. But for actually getting people hyped about the games, maybe people just do tune out commercials and they have the numbers to show it. But I can't help but feel like it would have been wiser to stagger these announcements. Even if you were just going to do the 10 days of Christmas, 15 days of Christmas, 30 days of Christmas, and have every company announce a new game through a trailer on a different day throughout the Christmas season. I feel like that would give more press and news buzz, because what effectively is going to happen here, and I don't see any way it's not going to occur this way, is that anybody who clocked out and didn't watch the Game Awards is going to barely get a small fraction of the announcements. Anybody who did sit through all of the Game Awards and saw the announcements is going to be so overwhelmed that they're going to forget most of it. And all of these games are just teaser trailers for games that are coming out 2 or 3 years from now. So they are very much on a different tier, a lower tier, compared to an announcement that you would see like normally on Gamatsu, where a game is just announced and they tend to stick to that announcement date, or they tend to push it back just once, and then once it's been pushed, they stick to that second announcement date. That's more often the case. Whereas these Game Award announcements, I can see them getting pushed 2, 3, 4 times. Elden Ring is a great example of that, certainly. As something that got a lot of people hyped, probably too many people hyped for what it probably is actually going to be, and then it's had absolutely nothing to say or show in a year since the last hype teaser on the Game Awards. Honestly, I wouldn't be upset if he broke it down into quarters, and so there was just every quarter a Game Award event that were smaller. And I think that's where Nintendo and Nintendo Directs learned and figured out, and there are just some companies that they like the nepotism, they like the schmoozing, they like the idea that they can have these big Hollywood parties, but it really feels like it's just for the benefit of the Game Awards itself, and for the game developers and publishers to give themselves awards, or game reviewers to give game developers awards, which, let's face it, they are pretty much hand in hand as entities, are friends with each other.
You're done for. Faith is an expensive business. No, the smiles are not gonna have to fix myself up.
Square Enix has confirmed Forspoken's release date with the new trailer, which Forspoken is the one where the girl in the real world falls through a portal, and then she's in this like crazy fantasy world with dragons. It frankly feels a lot like the
Feel free to call on me again. Microsoft
game where the guy had the headphones on and he was fighting with a dragon or fighting a dragon. If this isn't the same team that worked on that, I wouldn't be surprised if they started from the idea of copying that. There's nothing wrong with what this teaser trailer is showing. It looks like it might be somewhat interesting, but it also might be fairly repetitive and boring. Like, that trailer showed a lot of fighting, which makes me suspect there probably isn't as much storytelling as I would like. Okay.
Come on, smile.
Let's see. That'll evolve.
The real battle begins. Let's revel in the fall.
Oh, for this to have evolved, it would have had to stay in play. The Halo TV series reveal trailer shows off Master Chief, which it showed some other elements too, but they don't even have the trailer here. It's going to be on Paramount Plus, so basically nobody's going to see it anyways. Speaking of not seeing anything, the Cowboy Bebop live action Netflix series has been canceled after one season and not really going anywhere. in fairness, I think this is just the standard habit of Netflix in particular, in which they, never revealing their numbers, seem often to just cancel things because of a cost benefit analysis internally, or maybe just because of pettiness. But yeah, Netflix cancels a lot of stuff after the first season and just leaves it hanging there. In fact, I wouldn't put it beyond reasonableness to assume that Netflix has a habit of intentionally canceling things after their first season and then seeing if there will be any kind of any level of consumer backlash or consumer demand for a sequel or a series. Some of their, like one of their original shows, Sense8, which I tried to watch it and just felt like a too complicated a game as far as a TV series. It's too many people jumping around in story. You can't have 8 people connected in a story in any way, let alone 8 people connected mentally. 3 people would have made more sense. Then you would have been something like that TV show Ordinary Joe. Even 4 people I could probably tolerate, but yeah, for an hour-long episode to potentially have to jump between so many different people, it's just not reasonable. I could destroy an effect.
End of the road, eh? It all comes down to power.
Wouldn't be able to evolve this anyways, so that's not gonna help me. Let's see, moving on. Elden Ring is gonna gets a new cinematic story trailer, which you have this 4-handed doll-like creature talking to you. There you can see that, and you kind of have this fantasy. It frankly feels a lot like Lord of the Rings in the visuals shown, but I just don't know what really is happening here. And more so, I don't really believe they know what's happening here either. I think they're like more pre-story than they would want to admit, and still trying to get a gameplay mechanic that works and looks good and plays well first. And I wouldn't be surprised if the actual Elden Ring game, which definitely again feels like a Lord of the Rings ripoff, I wouldn't be surprised if it is just something that feels a lot like a Chinese MMO, or just an MMO in general, or just a hack and slash warrior style game, or just a JRPG, or a Dark Souls game. Like, the visuals are interesting, and that's all it's really got to say for itself at the moment, which that's not enough for me. It Takes Two wins the top prize for the Game Awards. Pickings, I think, were fairly slim as far as options. I frankly think that It Takes Two should have probably been punished as a game that can only be played by 2 people. And again, it definitely felt like people were happy for It Takes Two to win because they wanted Hazellight Studios to win and succeed. There were some statements about like video game companies being bad, particularly Activision Blizzard, during the Game Awards at the very beginning, and then it was kind of swept under the rug. But I mean, I don't expect them to really do much. I think it's wrong for It Takes Two to be Game of the Year. I think best game direction for Deathloop is totally wrong. Final Fantasy XIV very well may be the best ongoing game, but I wouldn't be surprised if it actually should be a Monster Hunter game. They gave Best Indie the Kena Bridge of Spirits, which I think maybe that's the case, but then they also gave a Best Debut Indie, which I think that's unfair, frankly, to have 2 awards. Some of these awards were just like very quickly mentioned. They didn't have anybody come to the stage or accept anything or give a speech or anything like that, just in favor of having more commercials and more musical interludes. Marvel Guardians of the Galaxy for Best Narrative, fine. Best Art Direction, Deathloop, that's a joke. Best Score and Musical was given to Nier Replicant, which arguably those should be separate awards. Not just because the score and music are different things. And frankly, I would also say Nier Replicant is going to be the only Japanese company that really even has a chance, with the exception of Final Fantasy, which there's a slight different feeling with Final Fantasy, where it is not a Japanese thematically made looking game as much as Nier Replicant is. They give Best Audio Design to Forza Horizon 5, which audio design is, in my understanding, score. So, Best Performance to Maggie Robertson as Lady Demetrius, or however you pronounce that, in Resident Evil. Games for Impact they gave to Life is Strange True Colors, which I don't think anybody has said anything about True Colors at all. Positive or negative, I just think it's completely not being played. Best Community Support, Final Fantasy again. Isn't that something that should just be in Best Ongoing Game? Best Mobile Game, they gave the Genshin Impact, which was this Best Mobile Game was presented by Verizon. Which, in all fairness, I mean, they're not going to give an award to something like Destiny Child, the game I play on my cell phone, the lewd adult game I play on my cell phone. So when limiting yourself to games that actually people play, of which I think there are very few on mobile games, Genshin Impact very possibly does get to the top of that list. I'd almost want to try and look up the nominations for Best Mobile Game. Best VR AR, it's kind of pointless to have any awards around that at this point, but they're giving it to the Resident Evil 4 port, which was censored. Best action game they gave to Returnal. I don't think most players played Returnal or liked Returnal if they did play it. Best action adventure, Metroid Dread. Okay, I haven't played that game. It might be alright. Best roleplay was Tales of Arise. So we actually are seeing more Japanese games. If anything, I guess the Game Awards, since we have had Kojima and some other Japanese developers start to embrace the Game Awards seems to this year have embraced the Japanese audiences more. Although there is still a slight split here in which you have big Japanese companies like Bandai Namco getting awards, not small indie companies getting recognition or even nominations. Best Fighting they give the Guilty Gear Strive, so that's probably true. Best Family Game, It Takes Two. I think that's completely wrong. A game centering around a little girl not mentally dealing with the fact that her parents are getting divorced, and trying to stop them from getting divorced, as if she has any possible power to do that, is not particularly family friendly. I mean, that is a hard topic, certainly, to cover, and it just totally does not feel like something like Mario Party or Monopoly or something that is more of a, would easily fit in the family category too. And it really does just highlight they wanted to give something to Hazel Life. Best sports racing game, they gave the Forza Horizon 5. I think that's probably true. It did sell a lot. And I don't know if sales speak to quality. They don't, but it's the best I can go by. They gave Age of Empires 4 best sim and strategy. Then they gave best multiplayer to It Takes Two. Like, ridiculous. It really highlights how the jury, the people voting for these games, were mainstream video game journalists compared to real people who played the game. Most anticipated, presented by Prime Gaming, is Elden Ring still. And then the innovation and accessibility presented by Chevrolet was Forza Horizon 5 for putting in what I still completely maintain is a insane and stupid feature. Or honestly, I think they've just at this point promised to put in the feature. I don't even think they've actually put it in yet, where throughout the cutscenes you can enable a sign language interpreter to be in the corner of the screen and sign language interpret what is being said, or even maybe the sound effects during the cutscenes of the game. Why do I say this is an incredibly stupid, ridiculous idea? Because sign language interpreters are only needed in live events. Games have had subtitles the whole time. If they were going to put an English language description secondary subtitle to describe the sound effects instead of just what's being said, okay, there's a little innovation there. It's not really innovation, but it's progress towards really helping people. But that's not even really new either. It's been fairly common for sound effects to be in some subtitles of some games. And I can't help but just assume that this is the fact that Forza Horizon 5 put in the sign language interpreter, or promised to put it in, is nothing but a naked pandering attempt to get this award. Like, I think it literally, I can't give them a benefit of a doubt out of that. I think they literally were told they would get this award if they added this feature, or promised to add that a feature. Because I don't think it's going to help anybody. Really. If you're playing Forza Horizon 5 and you cannot read, if you have like dyslexia, well, frankly, if you have dyslexia, I bet sign language interpreters are still very difficult to understand. I bet it doesn't help much at all. And certainly if they made that argument, I would believe them. I'd give them the benefit of the doubt if they said, actually, this is for people with dyslexia who are also deaf. That incredibly small subsect of people who have both dyslexia and are deaf or hard of hearing. But I would be willing to even buy into that idea. But nothing else makes sense. You don't learn sign language. There's baby sign language, yes, but you don't learn a casual conversation's amount of sign language before you learn how to read. It's not helpful as far as accessibility. And yeah, there's frankly a little too much talk about accessibility these days for its own good, and it's not coming from people who are disabled. I remember seeing stories of blind people talking about how Pokemon, they figured out how to play Pokemon just because every Pokemon makes a different sound and every button press makes the same sound, or makes a different sound. Every Pokemon makes a different sound, and every button press makes a different sound. Like, that used to be the narrative, is that video games, even compared to other forms of entertainment, were by default a little bit easier for disabled people and accessible for disabled people. And all of a sudden, it feels like we're getting a SJW attempt at redefining what accessibility is to include things that aren't really that don't have anything to do with accessibility, but B, to also push a narrative that accessibility is a problem in video games, and it could always be improved. Certainly, I'll agree with that, but I don't think it's been a problem at all. And it very much reeks of the same false narrative that gets pushed around all gamers being toxic, or games being full of toxic players, or chat being toxic, so we need to censor chat, or we need to ban players, we need to punish people. Like, that they are finding a problem to punish or to work on. And it probably highlights more than anything else how many people that work in the video game industry that just don't want to work in the video game industry and don't want to work on video games in general. Like, those are two different things, certainly, but and maybe with the whole anti-work movement, we'll start to see more people who don't want to actually make video games anymore, or never did in the first place, leave the field. They're, as much as I imagine Republicans / conservatives / rich people hate the idea of the anti-work movement, they may very well benefit a decent amount by having the flaming SJW liberals who have terrible feminist music studies degrees and things like that. We may see some of them just straight up say, we're going to embrace the anti-work movement too, and we're going to get out of these fields that we never cared about in the first place, instead of doing the exact opposite, where they were actively trying to infect the fields and work. And that's part of the major problem with a lot of mainstream video game journalists, is that they're failed journalists with useless degrees, and they really want to be Martin Luther Kings of a new generation, and they have no real charisma or ability to do that, so they instead get into video game reviews and they do the Anita Sarkeesian thing. So yeah, on the other hand, the anti-work movement could go in the exact opposite direction, and you have the Anita Sarkeesian people staying in video game development or video game reviews, and everybody else leaving. At a certain point, I guess then just the game companies themselves would collapse. And I think we do see that. It's kept really quiet, but there are definitely some independent companies that just fall apart. There was definitely one company that effectively fell apart because there were accusations made against the owner of the company, and they were trying to get rid of the owner of the company, and he just said no and fired everybody. Moving on, back to the Game Awards though. Content Creator of the Year is Dream. I really don't know who Dream is. I know Jacksepticeye was one of the presenters in the Game Award. Then there's a bunch of esports awards with League of Legends being the best game, according to presented by Grubhub. And then esports coaches, teams, and events. So very few categories for a 3-hour event. It's probably 3 or 4 categories too many in general. And if they broke it down to a half a year or a quarter of a year and showed more games and had fewer announcements for things that are going to come out years later, instead focusing on things that are going to come out, say, just 6 months from now, I think that would be something I would appreciate more of. But I'm not sure overall I really even believe that the Game Awards is something that even needs to exist, in the same way that I'm not 100% sure E3 needs to exist. At the very least, when you get to E3, they are just straight up telling you we're going to show you trailers, and they focus on that. There's way fewer musical interludes, way fewer commercials, because it is a commercials effectively anyways, and a 2-hour press conference from Xbox at E3 feels like it says a lot more about the games because you have people stepping up and talking about the games. There was absolutely none of that in the Game Awards that I saw. I was skipping around, so maybe somebody said something about game development at Game Awards. No, I'm wrong about that. There was one person that, after seeing a trailer for a game, straight up said, okay, it's a survival open world game, and I was like, oh, I've just lost all interest for this game. Then it's like, as soon as he described it, I was like, okay, you've just lost me.
This world is filled with mystery.
Moving on, Banjo-Kazooie is coming to the Nintendo Switch Online in January, which I had said as soon as they had announced the Nintendo 64 games, that this would fail miserably if they didn't start getting the rare games. And Banjo-Kazooie is one of the classic rare titles that they definitely would have had to have been given the rights to. And so since we see that, then we assume there's a decent chance we'll see at least rare games that don't include any of the Nintendo characters. We may not see Diddy Kong Racing, for instance. And I could see them not bringing over Conker's Bad Fur Day just because they don't want to directly publish that again. Let's see. Video Games Chronicle says Halo Infinite's campaign mission select feature will be added later, says 343. The option to replay levels was delayed to focus on improving the game for launch. Which, it's not like the game is completely bug free from what I hear. So, had Halo Infinite actually come out when it was supposed to come out, it would have been like just worse than Cyberpunk 2077, I have to assume. It would have been a nightmare. And they made the right decision. I don't think anybody's going to argue they made the wrong decision by delaying it. Let's see, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, next update, will add new difficulty settings and stealth fixes. This is kind of the worst time to announce this because that did not get announced or mentioned during the Game Awards. Horizon Forbidden West latest gameplay trailer shows off new machines Aloy will face. One of the trailers also had her at some point, like, she activates different outfits. See how it's all red now? She wears different outfits. I thought she activated it, but actually that was just a transition scene. Which, okay, different color outfits or whatever. No, she does activate a different outfit there. It all of a sudden becomes this red outfit versus green. So I wonder if that is just going to be straight up, you have to have the right color or you're going to do less damage idea. But yeah, I felt that was kind of intriguing, but it could also be fairly annoying. And I do feel like there's a slight danger in Forbidden West turning too much like Breath of the Wild in bad ways. Being just a little bit more grindy, a little bit more about collecting resources and cooking than it may have been before. I don't even know. I haven't played the first game, so I could be totally wrong on this, but I feel like, at least in the DLC of the first game, they started to go in the direction of revealing middle of the world's history and the story and having a narrative, and if a lot of that gets sidelined or doesn't get talked about at all until much later,
You're not getting away.
I don't think I would be happy with that direction. Sequels are hard, to say the least, because the demand is just really high to do it well.
Resistance is meaningless.
Moving on, PlayStation 5 stock will be available at some game store.
Farewell, Iolani.
At some GameStop stores on December 17th, which I think this is wrong. I think this was supposed to say PlayStation 5s will be in stock at some GameStop stores, because the way this reads is that GameStop is going to be selling stocks of a PlayStation 5, which that seems like that would be kind of a crazy thing to do, like almost timeshares of a PlayStation 5. Yep. And sadly, I don't trust Video Games Chronicles enough to not have intentionally done this, to say the word stock needs to be the second word with GameStop in the title so we can get those r/Superstonk people to our website. And it's not even like that's completely wrong the way it's being phrased. It's just being phrased fairly wrong because it's not the way people talk normally. I'm yawning already. Getting sleepy. I knew this was going to be a long one. We may end up leaving a lot of games over for Monday. Nintendo has started work on a new development expansion building. The company will be building a new game production building on the site of its old HQ. I guess this is different than the factory. They put up these walls while they're building things, but honestly I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo in general has just giant walls that they put up permanently. You can see from this overhead view there's a decent amount of like grassland here and a fairly large amount of concrete here, which
Waffle cakes.
seems like it's being fairly underused too. It's not even a particularly tall building with 3 floors. So yeah, they definitely could develop this. The number of people that would even be
Not late, am I?
potentially driving to work is probably not even that high. I wouldn't be surprised if the vast majority of their people walk to work. This looks like they might be right next to a railroad. Anyways. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually tear down all of the buildings and build a much larger building instead, or just a different building instead. One of the things they said here, though, is it was going to be to reduce the amount of outsourcing, which on one hand, yes, there has been too much outsourcing of Nintendo of late, with Metroid Dread, for instance, not really being made by Nintendo. Although arguably, I'm not sure how many things haven't always just been outsourced. By Nintendo, even in the old days.
See you at the next show.
You could use some shine yourself. Why are you in such a hurry?
On the other hand, I'm not sure that there actually are a ton of good programmers or good game makers at Nintendo. It may very well be just a couple of teams that make Mario Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, and then I don't know how much of the work actually is even made by those teams internally at Nintendo versus them using third-party outsourcing companies that they just don't ever credit, which happens, I think, a lot more than people realize in video game development.
Peace will embrace you, one way or another. Peace will embrace you, one way or another. Peace will embrace you, one way or another.
At a certain point, too, I wouldn't be surprised if Japanese people consider, like Nintendo of Japan, considers it outsourcing when they have something localized by Nintendo of America. I wouldn't be surprised if they consider that outsourcing too. I don't put it off the plate that within 10 years we see a Nintendo of America just shut down completely. Probably not. But I could see Nintendo of Europe definitely being shut down. I could see any other offices outside of America and Europe being shut down. I could see Nintendo of America being made even a smaller company than it already is. I suppose it is also worth mentioning at the Game Awards, Reggie Fils-Aimé came back to give an award, which honestly at this point I just don't want to see him anymore. He's coming back either to promote his book or he's coming back to just maintain the spotlight without any of the real responsibility of actually working in the game industry. Like, it would be a different thing if Reggie Fils-Aimé in the next 12 months ends up working for a video game company again, but I suspect that's not the case. I think he's frankly just a little too old. Let's see, moving on, Switch just had its best ever console and game sales week in Europe, which, okay.
This under control.
That makes sense. Certainly Black Friday probably should break records. Gamatsu says Megaton Musashi demo is now available in Japan. This is a mech fighting game. We're going to burn through these as fast as possible. Let's see. Visteria Saga Gaiden, the Sacred Sword of Sylvanstein. Sylvanister is coming to the West. It is a story-focused strategy RPG game. The idea of having a story-focused anything in video games has been pretty much forgotten. That being said, looking at these screenshots, like, I don't see a lot here that tells me this is story-focused. Definitely looks like it's just an RPG Maker game with still hack and slash RPG elements. Telltale games are story focused. I'll grant you that, to their own detriment, and if anything, maybe Telltale games prove that having story focused games is very hard to do, particularly since I don't think the Telltale games are particularly good as far as their story. Like the first Walking Dead had hired out writers for each episode, so there was 3 out of the 5 episodes of the first season of Walking Dead was good at most. That would be my personal opinion, but then it seemed like it quickly became more internalized as far as the writing, or just hiring cheaper writers as far as the seasons going, as far as the Walking Dead went. And same was true with the TV series. Moving on, Battle Spirits Connected Battlers has been delayed to April in Japan. This is, I think, the first time I've heard of this game. Looks like it's a CC collectible card game. Maybe I had seen this and shown some slight interest as like a Yu-Gi-Oh type clone, but there is a high chance that never comes to the West or never gains popularity. Demon Slayer has free update number 3 to add 3 more demons in the fighting game, and I'm sure they'll add more. Dragon Quest The Adventure of Die Game Project Winter 2021 special live stream is set for December, so they'll make an announcement then, so that's just an announcement for an announcement. And yeah, who do you blame here at this point? I'm gonna just leave it to you personally to decide. Is it the Game Awards' fault that they had this event and they announced a whole bunch of mainly Western focused trailers for games that aren't coming out anytime soon? Or is it the Japanese people's fault for putting out all these announcements at the same time? Because we've got a lot of Gametsu articles today from Japanese announcements. I think it probably falls on the Game Awards as trying to steal the oxygen out of the room, because the Game Award announcements in particular are not things with release dates, whereas at least the Japanese, even though they often don't actually release on those release dates, at least they're willing to put a number on a piece of paper and say they plan on releasing something, or at least they're willing to give some details. Here, Gunvolt Chronicles Luminous Avenger 9 2 has an English voice cast trailer, which I guess the Gunvolt Chronicle series is part of the Mighty Gunvolt series. It sure seems like there's a lot of games coming out in this series very quickly for a game series that I think is less than 5 years old. And yeah, we still have the blur. I could have really put the blur to the through the paces and just watched the live stream of the Game Awards last night if I wanted to, but no, didn't want to, frankly. And it was really late when it ended, so I probably would have just been asleep the whole time. And again, like I said at the beginning, as I was watching it, I felt like there was very little that I could comment or say on it. And I feel like that would have been blatantly apparent to anybody watching it with me. I think if you are going to go down that route of covering those kinds of things, you probably need 4 or 5 people sitting around the couch just so that you can get somebody to think of something to say at all times. Like generally in podcasts, you do well with 3 or 4 people, but like I was watching a podcast yesterday, and really the 4th person was barely saying anything, and the 3rd person was kind of barely saying anything, and it really was just mostly a conversation between the 1st and 2nd person, and that is fine. But for an award show, particularly, I think it's even more the case that you need more people. And they gotta be the right people. You can't just have a giant bomb cast where it's 5 people sitting theoretically at a table, really zooming in, but 4 of them are completely checked out and uninterested, which is often the case in giant bombcasts case. Yeah, and at a certain point, bombcasts get too much like a standard office meeting where most people just don't care what's being said or what's going on, and they're just not paying attention.
My thunderbolts shall guide you, if they don't kill you first.
Okay. This. And then. Do this. It's just in the turn there. Moving on, Gametsu says Shika Bangurai no Boken Meshi details, pose editor, gear, skills, corpse costume, and more. This is a game I don't recognize at all, so it's new to me. Seems to be a collection of slightly big-headed monster. I mean, I don't even know if I really would call this under the category of anime girls. This may very well be a guy. It's just very varied here. Yeah, you have giant boobs, no boobs, medium boobs, maybe a guy. It's covered up, who knows. Different hair colors, different haircuts. The giant eyes. It's almost a variant on Chibi, if anything. And the actual game looks like it's a positional placement RPG game. And I wonder how much use or value it really would get out of a pose editor in this type of games. Are they just gonna do poses for a image here or for a stance after they've won? And I could see that being a bit of a sales point for like a Pokemon game. After you win a fight, you have your character do a special pose, but I could also see that just being completely unnecessary. No, I didn't need to heal, but whatever. Yeah, as far as the screenshots of what the game is actually showing me, it is completely uninteresting.
For wasting my time.
Which, again, I guess I still have to applaud them for putting out some information instead of the teaser trailers at the Game Awards that don't say anything. But the information they put out actually unsold me on the game. And so, yeah. A trailer for a game called Egglia Rebirth is now available. This is yet another game that looks like it's just brand new. And I wonder if this isn't a case where there were a lot of games that wanted to be during the Game Awards and they were just told no, maybe told no and cut at the very last second even. This Egglia Rebirth looks not particularly interesting at the moment. Maybe with more details it'd catch my attention. Like that would almost make sense that all of these are actually games that originally planned to be announced during the Game Awards and then they got cut.
Why is this so hard?
Perhaps you're who I've been waiting for.
Okay. This.
The time for perennial prayer has come.
Let's see. Also, Megaton Musashi's free update number 1 is now available, and an update roadmap has been announced. I feel like I'm stumbling over words today. Atelier Sophie 2, The Alchemist of Mysterious Dream, has another character trailer. This time it's a guy, which it's been mostly anime girls up until this point. The Last Crew. I want to say Ori, based off the Ori in the Stargate series, but I think this is just a completely new universe. The Last Ori Crew has an overview trailer and developer diary. Let's see. We can skip through this and seems to be more space than I was expecting it to be. Yeah. It honestly looks like a fantasy game. So I don't know why there's like a space element. The problem with something like this, while it looks fine as a fantasy game, is I just don't know how many fantasy games really deserve attention anymore. Like it seems kind of crazy. Here I need to win.
Well played.
Yeah, you start off in this like sci-fi piece of robotic thing and you're naked in this like escape pod. And then there's fantasy level people about to stab you and kill you. I guess you're a guy. So then, yeah. There's just that weird section, and then every other part of this trailer is in a fantasy. And I know people have wanted to have fantasy, have technology as a concept for a long time, but I've yet to see a game actually succeed at it and do a good job with it. And he seems to be basically using magic to control technology. And yeah, I really do have to just question whether there's any value in something that is a Skyrim-like. Because the people that like Skyrim in fantasy games are still playing Skyrim for the most part. And then I just don't know if there's that much demand for yet another fantasy game that might be very big.
Is fighting and despair.
Although, in all fairness, I would say I have no idea what genre you would pick right now if you're trying to make a new game. If you don't have a narrative and story informing that, like, everything is just so oversaturated. It's easy to understand where you might just pick fantasy. I would definitely look towards something like Borderlands, where it's like, if you're going to make an RPG game, set it in a crazy unique world with a crazy unique art style so it stands out. Obviously do that. But yeah, I don't know how you really do that with fantasy games and make it visually look like a fantasy game. I think the horror games where you're set in hell still kind of underused. There's been several attempts to do a Cthulhu-esque game and they've all failed, so maybe it's too risky to do a Cthulhu-esque thing. My default knee-jerk reaction would be, hey, just do another anime universe and set it in something like Persona or Shin Megami Tensei. Honestly, I think it probably would be best going for the kid-friendly angle. It's not like Pokemon Shield and Sword did a great job of making a kid-friendly RPG universe. I think some of the clones that are coming out of that style of game have a decent chance of succeeding in creating their own universes. Moving on, the side-scrolling action game Shinobi no Grata has been announced for PC, which looks like an old NES 8-bit game. Yeah, I don't think I'd particularly be excited about playing that. A game called Transurubi for PC is now available. It's a side-scrolling action game from Skipmore. Apparently it's getting a surprise release. This is a little pixely, but maybe I could overlook that. Actually, there was one game in all of the Game Awards that did catch my eye as being visually unique, and we will get to it, but I will just describe it for the moment. And this is an Annapurna interactive game where it's a westernized Eastern Indian a westernized teenager of Eastern Indian descent who is doing some kind of in a cartoony Bollywood-esque world, who is dealing with like her pushy Indian grandmother, which is, I think, probably relatable to most Indians, and dealing with, I think the idea is it's almost like a Scott Pilgrim thing where she has dated and dumped so many guys that they've formed a League of Evil Exes against her. And I don't know if the gameplay is going to be anything at all, but it definitely visually looked different and thematically looked different. Of course, it could also be very SJW-y. Like Annapurna Interactive, I wouldn't be surprised. So there's some level of collectibles in this universe for this game, because you're bringing up this menu. I wish it would just pause. In a lot of ways, this is just stuff we've seen before, but it doesn't look like a
Resistance is
frustration
meaningless.
precision platformer because it's not spikes everywhere or acid everywhere. Seems like you're collecting coins to have to unlock doors, and that's slightly different. Seems like you can fall from far distances. So yeah, definitely feels like it's got a couple things going for it. Of Transur Ruby or Trans-I Ruby, maybe. Actually, why I just closed that tab. I probably should have looked for it on Steam. Yeah, I'm potentially being run a little ragged today. Hit this. And then hit this. And then
You were done for.
hit this. A 3D adventure game called Shirone, the Dragon Girl, has been announced for PC. This is one of those games that may very well just be an asset flip anime girl game, or it may just look like that. Like, see, that's kind of the problem now, is that it's not too hard to take those extra steps of putting out a press release to make your game look like an actual game, and to make a trailer to make it look like an actual game. It's probably more effort than 99.9% of all low effort asset flip games would ever do. But yeah, you just never know. This probably isn't an asset flip by my opinion. And Sid Alpha specifically put out a video just saying what is an asset flip and what is not an asset flip. And I think at a certain level, Sid Alpha probably, if not created the phrase asset flip, canonized it. So his definition probably, his opinion on it probably does hold a lot of weight. That being said, I personally, as a critic, would reserve the right to call some things asset flips that he may not, and vice versa. I think it is going to be kind of, it is an insult phrase. It is something that is going to be kind of a opinion in a lot of cases.
Take it easy, okay?
So yeah. Like, but I will once again say Shirone does not quite feel like it's just an asset flip. It's got platforming, it's got puzzling, it's got enemies. If it was just the Dragon Girl 3D model walking around or dancing to scripted movements, that would be different.
It all starts with the magic leap.
And there is certainly a danger in making a game with easily available purchasable assets on a video game store. So much so that as much as it's tempting to use those assets, I think the Unity and the Unreal asset stores should just straight up say you cannot use these assets in your final product at all. You can only use them as placeholder objects. You need to hire an artist to do it the right way. And that's not because I'm being elitist or anything. It's just because there's really no other way you're going to prevent the claims of asset flips existing, even if a game isn't an asset flip. And most AA and even single A game developers do either drastically change pre-made assets so that they are unrecognizable, or don't use them at all. But yeah, the fact that so many asset flips still exist on Steam is still a problem. Moving on, Ninja Usagi Maru, Two Tales of Adventure is coming to PC. This probably is something closer to a mobile game than I would like to play.
I'm going on ahead.
Looks like it's really just kind of a puzzle game.
Howl cyclones, devour the land.
Yeah.
Stop!
And I really don't have time to be watching all these, yeah. It's just a kind of puzzle platforming game.
Ranger of the forest, at your service.
A narrative adventure game called Goodbye World has been announced for PC, which looks like it's probably a horror thing. Interesting. You pull out a Game Boy and play the Game Boy for a while? Or maybe the game is the Game Boy game. Yeah, this trailer is really not telling you anything. It really does feel like it's probably a horror game with a name like that. Okay, well, let's just hit that.
This is where I truly shine. Wait, it can't end like this.
Actually, it can end like this. In fact, so much so that I think what I'm gonna do
I pray that you will be free
is
from suffering.
we have nothing for like 30 minutes as far as daily mission and nothing else to do. I think what I'll do is I'll just have it on the main screen for like 10 or 20 minutes so we can just burn through news completely. This will be an interesting little experiment on what it would be like to just cover news and nothing else. Almost always there's never enough news to justify doing that, but yeah, these streams could also be shorter if I did that. Of course I have to talk non-stop, and I'm not like potentially getting free victories from people disconnecting. Anyways, Gamatsu says a relationship building simulation RPG Layerland Story 2 Mr. C has been announced for PC. Which relationship building simulation kind of feels like a dating sim, maybe with some polyamory, or maybe it's just you're trying to increase friendships on top of romantic relationships. And frankly, I think a lot of people could learn to increase relationships that aren't just romantic. Seems like there might be some lewd outfits, maybe not any real nudity. It's kind of like a daughter raising simulator, but taking the child raising element out would be another way that I would look at it. But it does seem like there are some flashback elements. So maybe in the first game there were more flashback youth elements. And it seems like maybe there's only 2 or 3 people that you really focus on. Much like the dating games, though, I have to kind of wonder how much of a game is really worth playing there. Because most gamers, particularly Western gamers, not so much interested in making relationships in games. You definitely don't see that aspect bleeding into too many games. The old Telltale games may be a good example of an exception there, but in a Call of Duty game, you don't have to care if you're friends with your fellow soldiers or anything like that. And if you do have to care, it's usually one decision that's blatantly obvious that you have to make. Where that would be interesting, certainly if you started in a military game and you had to constantly talk to and be friends with these people who might be very different from you, and this is kind of true in the military. You have to at least be friendly on terms and have that solidarity to protect each other. That's why it's called Brothers in Arms, basically. You already killed the culmination games for a bunch of consoles. Launches June 7th in North America and June 10th in Europe. Despite the name, I think this is a mech shoot 'em up game with some visual novel elements. And it's one of the ones with a different art style. Yeah, and then all of a sudden it becomes this like shoot 'em up game. Just out of nowhere. This is definitely one of those games that feels like they've just crammed a shoot 'em up game into a visual novel because they didn't have enough of either game to make a full product. Gamatsu says Microsoft in Interior/Night announced As Dusk Falls for the Xbox X, Series X, the Xbox One, and PC. Not for the Series S, apparently. That seems wrong. Because if it can do the Xbox One, it could do the One S and the One X too. So this X should be missing. It should say for Xbox Series, Xbox One, and PC. You know, when the guy said he spent no time whatsoever on console wars, that statement probably is believable when you see how little time they spent trying to give good names to their consoles also. We're watching like every trailer today in blurry form. So I guess we are effectively testing to see if the blurry elements work. As Dusk Falls feels like it is a collection of stories of like crisis events that feel like they're not really connected, and it feels like it's probably going to be animated very poorly unless this trailer is just a completely different art style from what it actually is going to be. They're calling it an original interactive drama. Here we have Starfield is now officially listed on Steam. Although at this point there is no reason to put it on the fall list. But they do have a release date of 11/11/22. We also see that it's tagged with nudity. Let's see what else they have to say. Well, oddly, there's no content warning here under the description, and not much of a description either. So, publisher is Bethesda Softworks still. I mean, clearly they put this tag here as far as nudity. The screenshots and videos here show something visually polished, yes. How does that turn into any kind of game that you actually want to play? Is the next step that has to be asked. How are you going to turn Starfield potentially into a Fallout with less ridiculous Fallout robots and mechanisms, or a Skyrim style game? And since it's set in space, you always have that extra burden of making a game that feels like it has a lot going on for it instead of just making a vast empty void. Apparently Pokemon Legends Arceus reveals a Hussein Voltoib, which Hussein is the era, I believe, that Pokemon Legends is set in, so it's set in the past. Although I'm not 100% sure if it's actually in the past. It might actually be in a post-apocalyptic future, because they still seem like they have some level of technology, and you can see there are columns just in the background of this. I don't know how many Greek style columns actually ever existed in Japan, so they're creating a weird backstory, assuming Pokemon takes place in Japan, which it always felt like it did, or at least mostly felt like it did. A 2D action roguelike game called Have a Nice Death has been announced for PC. Seems like it's a game where you play as Death, hacking up a bunch of other monsters. And it looks fine. My only real concern with something like this is that it could be a little bit button mashy. Or it could be a little bit too black and white and a little too gray. Like, Death just goes berserk and then starts hacking and slashing everything. Like, you could see here he's having to dodge a lot, and he's having to press like several buttons to hack several times. So if it takes 3 or 4 hacks to kill an enemy every time, or you have to get them in a stun state to kill them, that could get fairly repetitive and button mashy. So you have to be a little careful about that, but otherwise it looks fine. A relaxing adventure game called Puzzles for Clef has been announced for PC. I didn't see this announcement. This actually looks fairly interesting. And the idea of just maybe a simplistic point and click adventure game. Looks like it might have even some musical gameplay mechanics. Yeah. Girl friendly, I guess, because you have a female protagonist. And so the only real concern there would be if all of a sudden it got scary, or all of a sudden it got really difficult. Yep. That looks interesting, certainly. Here we have a game called Tunic, launching March 16th, 2022. Let's see that. I am noticing that these videos are taking a little bit longer to load. Honestly, at this point, you should turn it down to something like this. Because with the blurring, it just doesn't matter anyways, and having it by default not try and load a 720 or 1080p visual just to blur it later is probably beneficial. As for this game Tunic, yeah, it looks like it might be something more 3D hack and slash game. See, yeah, that's all of a sudden very snappy, where you're just clicking and it's loading. There's probably a network setting I've changed that's causing it to load in the first place, because I've never had that loading as an issue anyways. Homeworld 3 launches in Q4 of 2022. First gameplay trailer. I think the Homeworld trailer kind of interesting, but then as soon as I figured out it was Homeworld, I kind of lost interest, and I don't even really know what Homeworld is as a game. But you're seeing this girl, and it almost felt like they were going to announce some new like Japanese RPG game, or like some kind of weird StarCraft Ghost game out of the blue, which at this point Activision Blizzard should try to pull some kind of trick like that and announce something like StarCraft Ghost. But like, all of this I don't think is actual gameplay. If it is, I don't know what part is supposed to be gameplay versus what part is not supposed to be gameplay. Is Homeworld a game where you psychically control a bunch of ships I just don't know. They're saying it's a real-time strategy game, and that's definitely what I thought it was. Also, it's just a real-time strategy game. A Texas Chainsaw Massacre asymmetric horror game is announced. At this point, this would be like the third one to the party as far as Texas Chainsaw Massacre games. I mean, as far as horror asymmetric games based on established horror movie series. And I honestly think there's a chance that these were all made based on the Friday the 13th game announcement when it originally was announced. And then now they are coming out years later after it's been made fairly abundantly clear that not that many people really want to play that game or that style of game. Babylon's Fall launches March 3rd, 2022. There's still a lot of weirdness as far as Babylon's Fall, and not a lot of explanation as to how many people are going to be playing at the same time, or how much this is going to be a grindy RPG game. There's seemingly some kind of magical thing they stick in your back as a character to give you these powers. And that was kind of the main focus of the trailer. It's a Platinum Games game, but I feel like it's a Platinum's game that is trying to be a multiplayer game. And if you had a Bayonetta where it was 4 different people fighting at the same time, I feel like that would be very hard to balance, and it would probably not make it feel as fun. Like, there's a big difference between defeating giant demons as Bayonetta alone and then having 3 other guys carry your weight. A game called Evil West has a gameplay reveal trailer. This is yet another of the Game Awards trailers that shows for a game I've just never heard of. It seems like it's a bit more of a button mashy, like beat 'em up game for demons that are coming in the West, and so you're playing as this kind of cowboy character. In a lot of ways, it looks and feels like what you could have done with Doom, the Doom reboot, if you had a spin-off Doom character and didn't have to consistently stick to the gun shooting element of Doom. I thought it very well was going to be a Van Helsing based game, but apparently not. Persona 4 Arena Ultra Max or Ultimax is coming to PS4, Switch, and PC on March 17th. This is a fighting game spin-off of the Persona 4 series. Storyline wise, it may actually be canonical as a sequel to Persona 4. But yeah, it would be weird for me to not play Persona 4 and then play this fighting game, or whereas it would be considerably much more reasonable to play Persona 4 and then not play the fighting game. Yeah, I think I said that right. Like, I think a lot of people who like Persona will probably skip the fighting game or spend very little time on it. They had Suna Saga's Hellblade 2 gameplay reveal trailer, which she seems to be leading people now attacking some kind of giant monster baby. She's seemingly not It's not a giant monster baby, it's a giant monster man. It seems like she's not really controlling enemies so much. And they had to basically tell you after showing this trailer that that was in gameplay footage. But I could already tell, having recently played Suna, that it was in gameplay footage. Because she's just walking forward quite a bit when you really wouldn't have needed to do that. She's still hearing voices. So they throw like tar pitch oil on this crawling, looking, seemingly half-dead creature to start with to destroy it. And I'm not sure it's really explained why they're trying to destroy it, because it doesn't even feel like this guy is hurting anybody. And throughout this trailer, you have these people with these flaming spears, and they will hand one to Suna, and frankly the hand animation is terrible. It just kind of jumps into her hands a lot of times, and then you have to throw it as you're running backwards as this thing is just chasing you. And you do that like 3 or 4 times successfully, or she does it 3 or 4 times in this trailer. See, this guy's just trying to sleep. And they set him on fire. And so she like immediately gets one of her friends set on fire because of that, and loses a whole bunch of people. But yeah, there's a guy, it throws another one, then it goes into this mode where you aim and throw one. Assumingly you're missing, they're actually missing in this trailer, and she's supposed to be shooting at the part that's covered in oil. See, they just throw one to her again and do it again. And yeah, I just have a lot of questions here as to why she's doing this, why this is the gameplay mechanic they chose, considering how there basically was no gameplay mechanic in the original Hellblade game. It was basically walking around and solving puzzles, and I wouldn't be surprised if you still walk around and solve a bunch of puzzles. Gamatsu says Lucasfilm Games and Quantic Dream have announced Star Wars Eclipse. This is an action-adventure game with branching narratives. I think it is pre-Republic era is the phrase. Maybe I'm thinking of a different Star Wars game. The High Republic era. The golden age of the Jedi. Okay, and it's set in Outer Rim. So it's somewhat around the time, I think, of the prequels, or maybe just a few thousand years, few hundred years ahead of the prequels of Star Wars. And yeah, they just have a teaser trailer and an announcement, and it could be anything by the time it comes out. It'll be interesting to see if Quantic Dream's style of games actually do work for Star Wars. It's kind of interesting that they even gave Quantic Dream the chance. But I think it's worth mentioning that a significant number of Star Wars games have been canceled in the past 10 years and never actually made it to launch, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happens here. And who is in charge of Star Wars at Disney at this point is kind of in question, and it seems like it may have shifted relatively recently, so everything could be set up for a reboot or just a abandonment of really doing a lot of Star Wars stuff. So don't get too hyped about it, would be my suggestion. Lost Ark launches February 11th in the West, which I'm confusing Lost Ark with Lost Planet, which is a really old game. I don't even think I saw this trailer. If this was a Tokyo Game Show announcement, it may very well have not been. No, I think I did see it. thing here is you've got a whole bunch of monsters, but I'm not sure. Apparently it's a free-to-play action RPG according to tags. And that is the problem, is you get these trailers, in this case with the Tokyo Game Awards, that are completely deceptive, way more than the trailers you just generally get during a game announcement. And I think that is probably one of the major possible reasons to get rid of the Game Awards, because it's not helping in a lot of ways. It's setting a hard date in which somebody has to make a trailer, and then because that person is nowhere ready to actually make a trailer, they just hire a third-party company to make something completely disingenuous and dishonest and shows that off. And they're just creating their own problems when they could just say, hey, we don't have a trailer yet, we don't have an announcement yet, we'll tell you when the time is right. So this was the one game that was talked about as far as actual features during the announcement at the Game Awards. Alan Wake 2 was announced for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. This doesn't really look like Alan Wake to me. In fact, this looks like a live action person to me. But maybe it's just face scanning technology has gotten particularly good. The problem here is, even though Alan Wake had the horrible flashlight mechanic, which they seem like they are going to still use the light mechanic somewhat, but probably a lot less, I seriously doubt we'll have a case where you have enemies that you have to light up to kill. But maybe, even though that element is there, they've made it a more open world survival game, which is going to take away from the narrative, which frankly, the narrative was the only thing that was even slightly interesting as far as Alan Wake. I don't see how you get to an end game in a survival game. Survival horror game. They're calling it a survival horror game, so maybe it's trying to be more like Silent Hill, but even so, maybe that's where it's going, and not so much Minecraft, where I was thinking. So there might be some room for me giving it a little bit of hope, but I don't know. I was definitely immediately turned off the second I heard the word survival. See, moving on, King of Fighters 15, PS5, PS4, second open beta test is set for December 17th to 20th. They also have Cronin trailer and screenshots if you're interested in that. Still have a ton of tabs. Let's see, Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate is coming to PC on December 16th. Is the Remake Integrate the first game? No, it is the enhanced graphically and expanded version of the remake. But it's also an Epic Games Store exclusive. In a lot of ways, if this comes to Steam, that makes for a very easy choice for me. Although there's still a problem with the idea of playing Remake Integrate when the next part of Final Fantasy VII Remake is not out on and available to play. But if I could play Final Fantasy VII Remake, I think I could then brush under the table any ideas of playing any of the previous Final Fantasy games and just say, nah, I'll play this Final Fantasy, the best one, and skip everything else, or arguably the best one. I think some people still probably would say 13 might be better. Monolith Productions announced a Wonder Woman game, and it is going to have a Nemesis system, so basically it's just Shadow of Mordor with Wonder Woman. Which, okay, there's a little bit of some questions that need to be asked there. And I don't think this trailer really shows you anything. Who is she fighting? Because it would not just be general people. I think it's got to be monsters. At least I think it has to be monsters. Like, you're gonna get backlash if she's just beating up male criminals or female criminals or Themyscirians. Because if this is anything like the previous Shadow Mordor games, you're going to probably have to make her as powerful as she usually is depicted in comics, but not as powerful instead of how she often is depicted in movies, which is fairly weak. She's going to have to be brutal with her lasso of truth, whipping people left and right with it. And I would assume she's going to have to use her sword quite a bit. I don't know what the real story here would be. My assumption is that this is going to be a story somewhere around the fact that one of the Greek gods is pissed off at her, probably Hades, and he is going to send demons from hell to attack her over and over again and try and take over, and she's going to save the day. And it really is going to feel, I suspect, a lot like just a skin of Shadow of Mordor. Meanwhile, I don't know what aspects you can add here. To make it really feel like a Wonder Woman game, or make it feel like there's any justification for it being a Wonder Woman game, or that you would want more of a Wonder Woman game. Much like the Batman game I'm playing, the Telltale Batman game I'm playing right now, you had more opportunity to develop a new character in Shadow of Mordor, where now you're going to have to stick to some character archetypes that are common amongst Wonder Woman. They say you'll be fighting to unite her Amazon family and the humans. Which I don't even think they say Amazonian anymore. I think it's always Themyscirian. But whatever. I suspect, like most properties with Wonder Woman, this is going to get underappreciated and underpolished. Gamatsu has the Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie debut trailer. I saw it. It's a kid's movie. It looks fine. I think I said this last time we streamed. I think maybe Sonic as a TV character, a movie character, works better than as a mascot. And I thought about that more, and I think it really is true. I think Sonic has too much characterization and is too interesting to be a good mascot for video games. Whereas you compare it to Mario, where Mario barely says anything and barely has a personality at all. There's not a lot to his character, and because Mario's so generic, that helped them just throw him in a whole bunch of different games, and helps him still show up in games because he is just that one note characterization. We don't even know if Mario prefers like pizza over spaghetti, like basic things like that, where everybody knows that the meme is Sonic loves hot dogs. Moving on. Boku Game Studio has announced what looks like a horror game, not too dissimilar to the horror Netflix TV Korean show called Sweet Home. The game is called Slitterhead, and it is definitely something that feels like it's just more of a teaser than anything else. It's basically a post-apocalyptic world where either monsters exist and they are taking the forms of humans, or humans are getting transformed into monsters. In Sweet Home, it was humans would like embrace some kind of desire or something, and when they embraced this desire, they got turned into monsters. How this actually plays in an actual game, I have no idea. Frankly, I don't even know if you're not going to play as a monster with the monsters. From this trailers, it looks like you have some kind of blood sword. For a brief time there, I thought this very well may just be a... this may be a Vampire Hunter D spin-off game where you'd use like a blood sword. And you can see the animation even in that trailer is not particularly good. But I don't think Boku Game Studios has that much funding. Apparently it's from the creator of Silent Hill, which I guess would have been the first Silent Hill game. They shifted around who worked on the Silent Hill games. Siren. I'm not even sure what Siren is as a game. I'd have to look it up. Yeah, I cannot think of a single game called Siren. And then Gravity Rush, which wasn't a horror game. Let's see. Same trailer. Here, we don't need to look at it. Again, Sonic Frontiers launches holiday 2022. It has a debut trailer. As for a Sonic game, it does feel like it's somewhat of an open world. There was a fan project that looked worse than this, but it was basically the same idea of an open world, but then there were paths where you could run and move really fast in that open world. And honestly, an open world, third person over the shoulder, tight over the shoulder, or first person perspective would make a lot of sense for a Sonic game, so you could look far ahead of you and not crash into enemies. But they've tried to do similar things in the past and ended up mostly just putting things on tracks. And I would be cautious on this game because this may just be a game that has the same tracks as previous Sonic games, and yet the tracks now are more hidden or under rubble. Or this could be a trailer that's just showing here's what the world looked like before, and I guess Sonic was asleep for a while and now the world is all destroyed. It is an interesting question if you could make a Sonic game where Sonic doesn't run fast or not. Horizon Forbidden West has a New Threats gameplay trailer. I think we probably watched that. There's not a lot of focus as far as any of these trailer elements on her face to see if they got the 3D face modeling any better than the controversial face model we saw there. Like that one screen there, I could try and pause on it and take the blur off, but her face was all painted. But yeah, that did, for the brief second it showed, I saw it look like they have fixed it, or fixed her face, so it didn't look like she's just so incredibly bloated. Moving on, Cuphead DLC, The Delicious Last Course, launches June 30th, 2022. I feel like this has been delayed at least once or twice. I definitely am in a weird position where I probably want to own the DLC for Cuphead, but I was unable to beat that game in a reasonable amount of effort on hard mode. So, and because they locked you out of fighting the devil until you beat everybody on hard mode, I couldn't even get into the final fight to test it out, and that sucked. I really wish the art style of Cuphead was they would make a spin-off game that is way easier instead of potentially making a sequel, which maybe they will make a sequel, maybe they won't. They've taken so long to make DLC. I kind of suspect they'll just make a sequel and it'll be the same thing over and over again with some diminished returns, because a lot of people won't come back for a second helping of brutally difficult platforming and shooting. One of the things about Cuphead in particular is that while it does get speedrun quite a bit, it's always speedrun on the first version of the game so that you can do a cheat to do more damage. There is basically zero interest in speedrunning the game with the latest patches and playing the game more legitimately, which is probably the case for a lot of games to get speedrun, but it's kind of a sad statement. We probably already said this. Forspoken launches May 24th, 2022. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League has a Flash and Burn gameplay trailer, which is somewhat focused around the Flash. Still not really sure what kind of game this would be. It still kind of feels, I guess they're tagging as an action-adventure third-person shooter. Yeah, and it's just going to be Cerebro is his name, I think. No, I don't think that's actually the name. It's going to be the Justice League brainwashed by bad guy the whole time. They put a new trailer, a very short trailer for the Saints Row reboot out, which I don't think is going to do much to assuage people who had problems with the first trailer. Like, they can try and show some more characters, and that's potentially an improvement, but unless they, I mean, I don't even know what you do here. I think you have to get rid of the original 4 characters and just say, hey, let's rethink this and have customized characters. That's probably what I would do if I was in charge of the Saints Row reboot and there was pushback against the appearance of the 4 main storyline characters. Then you're either going to have to hire some really good writers to write your way out of it, or you just highlight customization like crazy and say, oh, surprise, we've decided to go with custom characters and we're going to have no main characters. Whatever custom character you make is the person that's going to be in the cutscenes. I think that's probably the way I would go, is just custom characters. Custom characters, no voice acting because we didn't budget for it. And then that would create a problem too, I'm sure. Or you write your way out of it and you just have like Gat from the previous series as the 5th wagon wheel that is older and embarrassed by the other people, and he's just making those comments of like, you guys are so lame, or you guys suck so much, and then you kind of have your cake and eat it too, because then one side of the debate will hate Gat and the other side of the debate will hate the other 4 characters. Moving on, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands has a story trailer, which kind of thought this game was already out, but apparently not. There is, I guess, this is confirmation that there is story in Tiny Tina's Wonderland, which I assumed as much, but I guess you could have potentially tried to sell a game that has nothing but just generic grinding missions in it with no real narrative around it. I assume you pronounce this game Tchia. Tchia probably is somewhat closer, but I'll just go with Tchia because that's easier to my tongue. It launches in the spring of 2022. Seems like it's a kid-friendly kind of slice of life summer vacation experience. Here you have her playing a guitar ukulele on it. looks like it might be an Epic game exclusive for PC and PS4 and PS5. Pre-alpha warnings. We didn't really see a lot of those. So yeah, she's on a sailboat, she jumps off, she does some climbing like Breath of the Wild. In a lot of ways, some of that does make more sense for a kid to be playing it, doing it, than Zelda to be doing it. Of course, blowing up a lantern to spelunk in a cave is kind of dangerous, and that is a danger certainly when you see games encouraging kids to do things that are dangerous. But yeah, this, oh, I guess she's magical because she just turned into a bird. This actually looks like we took everything we liked from Breath of the Wild and made an even better game. And yeah, it really does look like a better game than Breath of the Wild was. Interesting. So like, this is an example of one of the few trailers that came out and actually interested me in any way and educated me more about a game I didn't know anything about. Whereas most of these trailers barely say anything and just give you a name to some series you already knew was coming out or getting a sequel. Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, for instance, is a great example of that. Although maybe Space Marine as a series there hasn't been a Warhammer 40k Space Marine game in a long time. Let's see if it actually says when the first Space Marine game would have come out. Of course, the problem with the Warhammer series is that almost all of the Warhammer games suck. So you can't really have a lot of hope for this one either. This was slightly interesting. Doki V is that interesting kind of like Pokemon-esque game, I think, that seems like it has way too many things you can do in it, like almost to the point where it feels like it was going to be some kind of MMO where they're just going to plan on constantly adding animations and constantly adding more code and programming. And they're really not dissuading that thought, because they decided to make a full-on just Korean Asian dance group number and show it near the end of the presentation of the Game Awards, after there had already been many musical intermissions or intersections, and so it was just another one. So I imagine a lot of people were just not super interested in that. And yeah, this definitely makes it feel more like there's a lot of promise here, with a decent chance of it not really being a thing. Yeah, I hear they're jumping in different outfits and they're doing this whole like K-pop thing, and art style really makes these guys look like they're at most 10-year-olds. Which, I don't hate the idea of kid-friendly games, and I don't hate the idea of encouraging kids to dance and have fun. But I would like to see some solid actual gameplay as to what the actual gameplay mechanic is for this game, if this isn't exactly what it is. Now, maybe this is exactly what it is that this is the Korean answer to a metaverse where they're going to try and make a 3D environment where a bunch of kids play. But the tags for this game are action adventure game. And yeah, they're teasing some kind of bad guy and some monsters. And see, they're thanking fans for overwhelming support. The game has been like appreciated in its tease. It hasn't come out yet, but it's a little too early to be thanking anybody for support when the game hasn't even come out yet and they haven't sold a single copy. A Plague Tale Requiem is the sequel to A Plague Tale, the original Plague Tale game. Requiem, by the way, means a song for the dead, so you almost have to assume that either the main character or the brother dies. They have a gameplay trailer and screenshots. I do want to cover A Plague Tale, so I didn't pay much attention to this trailer and won't watch it now for fear of spoiling myself. I suspect it's going to be very much like the previous game, with a lot of story focus and just avoiding giant hordes of rats. But looking at the screenshot, it seems like you're going to be shooting some humans quite often too. It is potentially a case where they would start to change up the gameplay and shift into a different genre, which that might be a smart move or it might be a mistake. You just never know. Depends how they go with it. I think genre shifting after the first game is dangerous, to say the least, and it would be better to have established a good gameplay mechanic in the first game. Moving on, former Telltale game developers announced a narrative adventure called Star Trek Resurgence for the PS5, PS4, Xbox Series, Xbox One, and PC. Interesting, I suppose. I guess the question is, what era is this coming from? They're saying The Walking Dead, but which Walking Dead did these people actually work on? And the Batman game, I'm not enjoying greatly here. This definitely feels like a next generation era, maybe even Voyager or slightly post Voyager era on Star Trek. They've really failed to go past the events of Voyager in Star Trek, and they really need to start pushing story here. This definitely feels like it's going to be very much a Telltale game where it's conversation and dialogue choices, and that's going to work fairly well for Star Trek, I think, particularly if you're not playing as Picard or Kirk or some established captain or character. And I could see a lot of Star Trek fans being willing to play this game and give it a try, where they don't potentially play games that much. And if you tried to make something more complicated as a Star Trek game, I wouldn't be surprised if most people wouldn't want to play it. There have been several Star Trek games that have flopped fairly easily because they tried to be complicated card games or something like that. Let's see. Matsu has the Elden Ring story trailer. I think we already covered that. A free-to-play cooperative action shooter called Arc Raiders launches 2022 for PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. It's a very colorful thumbnail, but the actual gameplay actually isn't that bright or colorful. I mean, I don't want to just compare every free-to-play co-op game to Destiny, because I don't even know what Destiny is. But what it looks like to me is a case of there are some kind of alien robots that are sending drones. Maybe they're not alien from space, maybe they're just robots. And these drones are just constantly attacking and trying to eliminate what seems like the remnants of humanity. They may not actually be on Earth, But it does definitely feel like you're just going to shoot a lot of drones and hold a line more like a tower defense game than you normally would suspect. And honestly, it feels like there's kind of a flaw that there isn't some kind of very numerous ground-based enemy to shoot. But yeah, it doesn't seem like there really is some kind of like zombie equivalent to fill out your roster. I'm wearing out my voice. I'm talking so much. The Matrix Awakens Unreal Engine 5 experience is now available. It's a interactive experience. That's as much as I really got from it. It's not a movie. Being able to watch it from a movie perspective, it's not so much a video game that you're going to have a lot of entertainment with it. I think you're going to spend probably a couple hours with it at most, and then that's going to be that. The more interesting thing definitely would have been for them to say, surprise, we've actually got the movie released and you can watch it through the PlayStation right now or Xbox right now. That would have been the smart move in my opinion, instead of having this whole second experience. Although in all fairness, the second experience probably has been in development for months if not years. Let's see. Gamatsu says, synced off planet, meet the Nanos trailer. This is a game I don't recognize. You can probably feel at this point that it's just way too many trailers. It's just way too easy to gloss over your eyes and forget about everything. So this guy has like these nano bots that turn into different versions. I mean, it kind of looks like that game Clack or whatever. What was that? Clacks? Just if you had a more adult version of Clacks. Yeah, and I don't think it changes so much that you have potentially nanobot robots running around. It would just have to be a good shooter one way or the other. If it's a bad shooter, it's going to be bad. If it's a good shooter, it'll be good. Let's see. Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt launches in spring of 2022. This feels like they're pushing it back once again, but maybe they aren't. The Lord of the Rings Golem, a split personality cinematic trailer. So they put out probably the most detailed trailer to date yet of this Golem game, although it is still fairly questionable how much you really want to play as Golem. If anything, it feels like it's just going to be a stealth game where you're going to potentially be able to layer down some traps and kill some people. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the entirety of the Golem game is played in these mountainous, cavernous regions and you're just stealth killing people. I also wouldn't be surprised if it looks nothing like the trailer and is actually some kind of top-down almost tower defense game. Dying Light 2 has the Stay Human cinematic trailer. it really doesn't show a lot other than they have these kind of purple ultraviolet like weapons that seem to burn the zombies, and they seem to all have these like bracelets that glow green as some kind of like you're not infected pass, I assume. And then there are hints at running and jumping and things like that, but this clearly feels like more of a cinematic trailer than anything else. Seems like there will be messages written that can only be read with the ultraviolet light on the walls. I think they're hinting at that, and there is a thought you might be able to jump through windows. But yeah, I'm not really expecting any real reveals of new gameplay mechanics with Dying Light 2. I'm just kind of expecting it to get announced and released very quickly. Then we have this game called Steel Rising with the Angel of Death trailer. I think we've seen this game a couple times. It's like these mechanoid puppets, French Revolution style mechanoids, fighting other mechanoids. It's a very different looking world and art style, but the actual gameplay I suspect might not be too far from Bloodborne, and that might kill a lot of my enthusiasm for the game. Certainly. Yeah. They're calling it an action RPG. I doubt it's gonna feel like a JRPG though. A Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak expansion has a teaser and trailer and screenshots. Which, yeah, they all deserve to be shown for what little I'm actually showing them for being blurred. That character I thought was Bayonetta for a brief second there. It took me a while to realize this was a Monster Hunter Rise teaser trailer. But yeah, it is just so much. Destiny 2, the Witch Queen expansion as a trailer. If there was one to skip, it would be the Witch Queen, the Destiny 2 expansion. I will say, as somebody who's never played a second of Destiny 2, this does feel like you're doing a lot more shooting and a lot more hack and slashing than I would expect. And this does look a little bit more fantasy than I would expect for Destiny. But I vaguely recall there was a lack of balance. There was complaints of a lack of balance in Destiny because of the fact that there are so many different ways you can attack things, whether you're hack and slashing things or whether you're shooting things. And yeah, that would definitely make sense that you might very well need to you just really struggle to balance a game with so many different actions available. A free-to-play brawler called Rumbleverse has been announced for PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, and PC. And it looks like it is a lot of different people from a lot of different time frames. This cartoony trailer's not really helping it. Or a lot of different people from a lot of different styles are all getting together to fight. So in a lot of ways it does just kind of feel like it is another attempt at something like Smash Brothers. This definitely looks like a game that could go nowhere because it has no player base, or goes nowhere just because it looks kind of lame. You just have like a way better chance of success when you have the likes of Nickelodeon or Nintendo or even Warner Brothers making Smash Brothers clones with recognizable characters. Like, I think basically nobody has ever gone into a conversation saying who would win in a fight, a random character I just made up in a wrestler mask versus a random character I just made up in a horse head mask. The who would win in a fight arguments always start with established characters. It's Batman versus Superman arguments. Which frankly, if they were more consistent with Injustice, they should probably shift the Injustice fighting series away from being a Mortal Kombat clone into being a Smash Brothers clone. It would make more sense. Do both, but definitely do a Smash Brothers. And see, this was a game, this shared world survival crafting fantasy game called Nightingale has been announced for PC. This game, based on the trailer, looked very interesting, and then the second they said it was a shared world survival crafting game, I pretty much lost all interest in it, because it kind of doesn't matter how interesting or pretty it looks in the trailer. It is almost certainly going to have to fall apart. And the theme is they basically have stargates that they can travel through, but they can't get back to their original world. And they travel from world to world trying to get back to their homeland, only to find that the next world is worse than the previous ones. So maybe they are limited worlds and they don't just infinitely expand in directions. And maybe this is actually a limited game in general, and you go from world A to B to C, and eventually you get to world Z, and that is just the end of the game for you. But yeah, you definitely feel a dissonance here where you're shooting people and that looks fun, and then you see them building walls and buildings and that doesn't look fun. And this is supposed to be the world they're originally from. This is the game that more than any other games needs to receive feedback of we like the art style, we hate the gameplay idea, and just have them scrap it and go back to the starting step one. And maybe they actually haven't worked on any of the survival stuff too much, so maybe they're putting out this trailer to get some feedback, but you would never know if that's the truth. But yeah, scrap it. Keep the art style. Come back with just a standard action game, or an XCOM clone, or even a Telltale game. Something without the survival grind. Here, a game called Crossfire X launches February 10th, 2022. It's for Xbox Series and Xbox One. Not sure I saw this trailer either. Yeah, I did. These people jumping out of the back of a plane and doing a lot of shooting. You know, there might be actually a decent game here, just in the fact that they're not really being very ambitious. So, if you were going to tell me this was just a Halo clone or a Crysis clone, just a standard like fantasy sci-fi first-person shooter, I don't see anything here incredibly objectionable. And that is definitely an example of where, because this is set in a kind of realistic sci-fi world, it's way easier to relate to compared to if this was set in a weird fantasy world with the exact same gameplay mechanic. It was the one visually interesting game, and honestly, I guess if I took all the trailers down that were shown, there were so many from the Game Awards, I could probably give 4 or 5 awards to the most interesting game, or most visually interesting game, most gameplay what mechanic interesting game, but I probably wouldn't even give awards. I'd probably just talk about the games that were actually interesting, and they boil it down to about 10 games instead of covering every single one like we have. But then on the other hand, why would I censor or curate what I'm covering when I'm trying to cover video game news? Why not just show everything to everybody, because that's what people really want in general. While there might be a percentage of people uninterested in thirsty suitors, for instance, there's also people uninterested in other games that are interested in thirsty suitors. So you kind of have to cover it all if you're trying to be complete about it. So yeah, there's this Annapurna Interactive and Outer Loop Games announcing a story-driven adventure game called Thirsty Suitors, which seems to be 2 girls, but I thought on the trailer it was really just one. Maybe they're sisters. It has kind of almost a Jet Set Radio skating element to it, I think. But then it also has kind of a fight mechanic section, and it has a cooking section. So it really is all over the place. And then like shaking hands with this guy. So suffice it to say, this trailer was wild looking and definitely catches your attention. Is the Indian mother. She has a nose ring, which in ancient tradition, and I think Indian tradition, would mean she's already married. You put a ring in their nose when you marry them. Maybe it's the opposite in Indian tradition. But I don't think it means to do either one of those. But yeah. A lot of her outfit and such, I don't think a traditional Indian mother or the stereotypical Indian mother would approve of or allow. But whatever. It does feel very Bollywood. Says, battle your exes, disappoint your parents, find yourself. And I would definitely say that trailer shows the power of just being weird. Just catching people's attention. That's all a trailer kind of needs to do for your first announcement. Now, at this point, I don't want to hear anything more about Thirsty Suitors until you start to actually break down how the actual game is going to play. They've already said it's coming to Steam, so unless you're going to say it's coming to another platform, I also wouldn't be surprised if this is a flaming SJW game and is only on Steam and never gets released on any other platforms, and it sells terribly. But yeah, you caught my attention with the trailer. Come back when you have a release date, and not a second more. When you have a release date, maybe show me more gameplay or explain it a little bit more. But don't do the Japanese thing where every week you're teasing a new suitor or you're talking about a new character. You're showing new concept art of the same characters over and over again. But yeah, it does kind of have a potential Scott Pilgrim feel to it. Not the Scott Pilgrim video game per se, but the idea of beating the evil exes. Moving on, Among Us VR was announced for PlayStation VR Meta Quest 2. I guess it's just called Meta now instead of Facebook. And Steam VR, which I guess maybe that will sell somewhat. Depends heavily on how many people have VR and how many people are still playing Among Us. A game called Metal Hellsinger, the Gods of Metal trailer and gameplay and screenshots. This, I think, is another game that does not feel too off from being a Doom clone. Which, frankly, we could use a couple Doom clones, so good luck to them. This is an interesting trailer because it's like the only trailer that has an actual human talking, compared to all the Game Awards trailers, which were all gameplay footage with no human in front of it. I wouldn't be surprised if there was actual fear of putting anybody face forward on this. I believe this game is also a rhythm game too, because you see these little beats are playing, so you have to like shoot on the beat. Metal Hellsinger would make sense. So it probably has a very heavy metal soundtrack. I can't hear it or anything right now. I could have been listening to the audio on all of these, I just chose not to. Frankly, it's distracting listening to audio, trying to talk. Yeah, it hadn't occurred to me just now, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are just terrified of putting anybody's face on any project for fear that they are going to get swept up in some cancel culture controversy. I mean, it was less than a week ago that the head of the PlayStation Network was caught up and accused of being a pedophile, aggressor, attacker, seeker, by a YouTuber. That story has basically gone nowhere since he's been fired, but so I guess Sony PlayStation did the right thing there, but it is really yet another example of where maybe there just should never be a face forward on any project. Nobody should come out on stage, but we need somebody to come out and exchange on stage and explain what's going on. So they need to maybe start over from scratch, vet a whole bunch of spokesmen, and put those spokesmen in to talk about the games. There are some people that are probably somewhat squeaky clean enough that no cancel culture would really affect them. They did have like Jim Carrey show up and Skype a video in, and yeah, I suppose there's been no cancel culture action on Jim Carrey, but being a comedian, I wouldn't be surprised if he does get canceled at some point. So they took that risk, but they've done very little of that otherwise. Moving on, we have about 10 more things and then a ton of games on Steam, and I think we'll just not cover any of the games that came out on Steam today. Leave it all for Monday, which is a shame because I will say this Friday is the Friday where all the adult games were released, it looks like. So there's several anime girl waifu games that we'll talk about on Monday. The real-time strategy game Dune Spice Wars has been announced for PC. What company is making this? Funcom and Shiro Games. I don't know how interesting a real-time strategy game based on Dune is going to be for somebody like me who doesn't know anything about Dune. But as a content creator, there might be an argument around that. Argument on playing it and trying it anyways. Yeah, I suspect that whoever holds back the adult games till every other Friday on Steam intentionally held back some adult games to release the day after the Video Game Awards came out to suck some oxygen out of the room as far as their announcements. And the Game Awards and all these trailers definitely paint a very different style of releasing and announcing games compared to a large amount of games that just get released on Steam with no fanfare whatsoever and still manage to sell at least a little bit. We mentioned this, I don't know if we actually covered it, the Expanse Telltale series, a collaboration with Deck 9 Games. Yeah, there is a real question how many people at the new Telltale can really even program a game. Seems like they're working with the creator of Life is Strange True Colors, which I don't believe is the people that worked on the previous Life is Strange games. And then as far as The Expanse, I have no idea which character this is supposed to be, having only watched like one episode of The Expanse. And yeah, they better not be still using the Telltale engine, because that engine was absolute garbage. And I would have to just assume that they're using Unreal or Unity now. But it definitely puts me in a weird position too, because before this announcement I was getting very close to having covered all of the Telltale games that were ever released, and now it creates one that I potentially have no real interest in covering. That being said, also, I think there's much bigger gripes amongst the fans of the Wolf Among Us Telltale game in the fact that the Wolf Among Us 2 was not given any announcement or anything like that, and it probably is stuck in development hell or not actively actually being worked on. A game called Planet of Lana has a trailer, which is mostly this girl riding this robot, and then the robot gets blown up, and then they find like a robot cat instead, so maybe that's the remnants of the robot. Yeah, she's just being like pursued and chased, riding through the desert, maybe not even being pursued that much. And then it gets caught, gets blown up. It lands on her or something, then it goes back black. And then the smoke clears and you've got this kind of robotic cat and whatever the rest of the robot is gone. So I suppose it could have been a case that the robots took all the robotic stuff away from her, left her in the desert to basically die, and then the cat just came and saved her. Like, very little here. It's tagged as a puzzle adventure game. Very, very little there as far as actual hints of what the game is. Gametsu has the Famitsu sales updated. Big Brain Academy took 3rd spot. Disney's Magical World 2 for Switch took 8th spot. A really long Japanese title game took the 11th spot as new. And everything else is pretty much the same. Large sales still for the Switches, where PlayStation 5 is kind of back to really small sales. There's a lot of shortages though, so we just never know. And then Xbox Series S under PlayStation 5, whereas X is only a fourth of that. And then more people are still buying 2DS LLs than they are PlayStation 5 digital versions or PlayStation 4 versions. Actually, these numbers feel backwards though. This says 105, this says 116. And this is 104. So, I don't know why they ordered it that way. That seems to not make sense. We already talked about Banjo-Kazooie coming in January, so we don't need to cover that again. Record of the Lotus Ward Deadlight and Wonder Labyrinth for Switch has been delayed to January 28th in the West. That's a Gamatsu article. Super Robot Wars 30 versus Super Robot Wars DD crossover has been announced. Okay, if you're interested in that, check out that article. Trying to rush here. The Super Robot Wars series producer, Takanobu Terada, has left BB Studio. He will continue to work on the series as a supervisor. I mean, at a certain point, leaving and then still working on the series is not leaving. And I think particularly the Japanese are in a bad position where they're too loyal. And like if I was working at a job and they fired me or they asked me to leave, or if I left because I was frustrated with it, I would never do not a second bit of work for them. Like, no way. But maybe he left for medical reasons, or he just couldn't do the hours or something like that. But even at that, like, you should have a clean break. Move on with your life. Don't be held down by go nowhere positions. I wanted to point out this GameDeveloper.com article as just the height of ridiculousness as far as the Game Developer Conference. The GDC 2022 session will break down, or did break down, one frame of Halo Infinite. Just like ridiculous that anybody would even authorize a session, a speech, or anything like that to break down a single frame. Like, there's better ways to phrase that, first of all. Because what you're really talking about then is just photography or screenshots. You don't say, hey, we're going to look at exactly one frame of this. It's not like this is Citizen Kane as far as framework at all. There's basically nothing being reflected in these reflective glasses to intrigue people. The entire backside here is blurry. I'm literally breaking down one frame here. You're not really seeing much as far as armor or anything. You don't even have a gun on your side to highlight that. Nothing in the hands. This is basically nothing except for this helmet, and the helmet's not really showing anything. There's no battle damage on it, nothing. It's not an amazing frame as far as the trailer. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com has the obituary for Masayuki Uemura. Uemura, maybe. He was the lead architect of the NES and Super NES. He died at 78. Retired from Nintendo in 2004. And he'd been teaching game development at Ritsumeikan University. You definitely would have to wonder. I mean, he's basically a hardware manufacturer, and I imagine his expertise in hardware manufacture probably is fairly outdated. Like, building a piece of equipment for the Super NES is several generations old compared to modern consoles or games or computers. I mean, even when you see this screenshot, there's literally like either a Betamax player or VCR player here showing footage on a old square TV. Let's see. Next, GameDeveloper.com says Apple has scored a delay on one of its losses in the Epic versus Apple case. Apple doesn't have to allow developers to let users to buy in-app currency from outside the App Store for now. Which, yeah, I probably said something along the lines of this court case will not be settled until it's settled, and the idea that the injunction came back and said they had to let that happen is kind of ridiculous. While they're still trying to fight it out. I feel like GameDeveloper.com though made it sound like the court injunction was a final decision. So they got a stay of the injunction basically from the Ninth Circuit's 3-judge panel, which they probably, if they're doing a Ninth Circuit 3-judge panel now, this would have to then be appealed by Epic up into the Supreme Court of the state, if not the Supreme Court of the United States, if this is a federal case, which I don't know if it really would be a federal case in this instance. Because, yeah, I don't think there's a super circuit or a higher court over a circuit court in most states. I think you're talking Supreme Court on top of that. And then a Supreme Court decision would be final. But almost certainly a stay of the implementation of an injunction would just not be heard by the Supreme Court. They've got better things to do. I guess it's bad news for the r/game stonks or super stonks or whatever it's called on Reddit. GameStop has closed Q3 with a $105 million loss ahead of holiday season. Despite the loss, GameStop leadership assured investors it's focusing on initiatives that'll pay off for the company in the long term. I don't know if GameStop is one of these companies that is owned by these activist investors that pull scams and make companies take out loans to bankrupt themselves like they did Toys R Us. I think it very well may be that same group that is heavily invested in GameStop. But yeah, $105 million loss. It's hard to not assume that that's bad. And that's ahead of the holiday season, so maybe they make that back. But also, it's kind of hard to believe that there is a lot of product to sell at GameStop at the moment, particularly when you're low on consoles. I don't think there's ever really been a year where people would just go to GameStop to get games and games alone. Moving on, Kickstarter is apparently switching to the blockchain for some reason. And then the subtitle is, I'm going to be honest, their pitch reads like word salad. Like, the only reason I could see Kickstarter legitimately wanting to be on the blockchain is because they want to be able to have people kickstart and support products through cryptocurrency so that the Kickstarter scammers out there in particular could avoid paying taxes on the income they get from those Kickstarter projects that are fully funded. Or you want to allow criminals on the other side to take their dirty drug money or their dirty money from extortion or something and put it into a Kickstarter and launder the money that way. Otherwise, I don't think there's any reason to do that at all. It just doesn't make sense. And that's pretty much the truth for any blockchain concept, is that it almost never makes sense. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says a game called Myth of Empires has been pulled from Steam after the devs have been accused of stealing source code. The developer Angela Games has been accused of stealing and using source code from Ark Survival Evolved, although I think Ark Survival Evolved has accused a couple of people of things, and we shouldn't, I don't think, immediately just believe them. They apparently did a DMCA strike takedown. A game called Avakin Life, the developer of a game called Avakin Life, Lockwood Publishing, has been accused of unlawful layoffs. Those affected have described the situation as an lawful massive redundancy. Now, this is a thing for the UK that unfortunately does not apply to most of the rest of the world, where the company is trying to lay off people, or has laid off people. Apparently there was the IWGB Game Workers Union supporting them. Apparently the layoffs or redundancies were announced in October and placed 33 employees at risk, pulling them into a chaotic stop-start process. Employees then formed a workplace Lockwood Union as part of the IWGB Game Workers branch, delaying the process and successfully removing some staff members from the firing line. So it seems like maybe they were trying to do some union busting, but in the UK they actually managed to succeed to create a union. I do believe there was something on Reddit where a company, the first, like Starbucks, has formed a union. One of the Starbucks has formed a union, which Starbucks in particular, there's a lot of them, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a significant amount of union busting attempts by Starbucks, where they would just shut down any office that any company that even slightly felt might unionize. Like when you literally have the joke of a Starbucks being across the street from another Starbucks, you could easily shut down half of your businesses and not really affect your bottom line. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says It Takes Two gets the Game of the Year awards. We had already really talked about this, so that's just redundant. And then Xbox Game Pass for PC has rebranded as PC Game Pass, which might be about the only thing Microsoft has done smart around PC lately, because it seems like Windows 11 is just making everything worse and worse. To the extreme at this point. Like, people have half a foot out the door with Windows. Like, when they were half the foot out the door with Windows 7 getting terrible and being Windows 8. If we can just get a Steam OS that plays games, I think many gamers would stop using Windows altogether. And I don't even know if I personally, with all the weird things I occasionally do on computers, need Windows that much. Maybe just spin up a virtual machine. What's interesting, I would say, about this is it's still showing the Xbox logo. This isn't a Microsoft logo. This is an Xbox logo next to it. But I guess they don't have a PC logo to use. And then we have a GameDeveloper.com article. Activision Blizzard devs have initiated a strike and launched a fundraisers. Employees are demanding better worker representation and meaningful cultural reforms. Now, in this case, you basically have a union initiating a strike before I believe there actually is a union in place. Which, in fairness, is probably how most unions get formed, is that you have a union striking to demand union representation in part. But it definitely could feel a little backwards. So I'm gonna just quickly press Control Tab. Apparently the Gaia games are 90% off right now. I may also just want to curate some of these games that are gonna be left over for Monday, because some of these games obviously are just garbage games. And Steam does have something around the Game Awards. Let me see what it says. Limited time discounts on this year's nominees and other featured titles. And I've seen at least 3 or 4 adult games. Yeah, you would think if they were being treated fairly, these adult games would come out consistently throughout the week. But they obviously are still not being treated fairly, and they're being segregated to every second Friday, basically. Okay, well then let me just double check my Twitter feeds and then we'll call it a day. 4-hour stream, even trying to rush on a Friday in the middle of Christmas holiday. So and I imagine had I just watched the stream completely last night, then I would have probably done very little as far as my standard Friday stream, and probably may have just slept all the way through it. So while that would have shifted some of the work, it probably wouldn't have done too much different. So I don't know the real solution there. I guess the best solution would be to bring in somebody else. Like, collaborate. That's what they always talk about and suggest, is collaborate with somebody. I think for things like E3 and Game Awards, that would be the one time, if I was a big enough YouTuber, that I would be willing to collaborate with somebody who is somewhat similar. Somewhat bigger YouTuber or smaller YouTuber. Speaking of YouTube, seems like the authorities finally have caught somebody who straight up stole like $20 million or more through the YouTube Content ID system. And it definitely feels like YouTube did nothing to actually help the authorities or prevent these bad actors from claiming things that they obviously had no rights to. I was listening to some of the accusations, and it's really like obvious money laundering stuff where they're changing the name of the company to a cleaning service, and it's supposed to be a company that owns the rights to music, and just swiping, like changing names all over the place. And it definitely is questionable whether they would have gotten away with it had they just not gotten greedy and done it for 2 or 3 months, gotten millions of dollars, and then disappeared, instead of just constantly trying to get more and more money. Like, seriously, I have no idea what I'd even do with more than $2 million. Like sit on $1 million, spend the other $1 million to own everything I ever want to own, and live off the interest. Apparently, Psychonauts 2 is the official X-Play game of the year. Which, I don't know if that really matters to anybody. I'm on my last tab here on Twitter. Seems like X-Play has changed their logo once again, and they cycle through a bunch, really experimenting. PAX, I think, is I think one of the packs is happening right now, and they've got a whole rainbow logo up, and they're talking. Apparently, one of their tabletop D&D team, the C team for Acquisitions Incorporated, if that means anything, is doing a farewell panel. Which, okay. I think that barely makes any sense to me. I think I actually watched a YouTube video trying to explain Acquisitions Incorporated and its like narrative, and sounded like it was crazy and just went in wild different directions. Still scrolling down, still scrolling down. I have been having a problem with Twitter in particular, where I open a bunch of links from Twitter to other pages, and for some reason that is rate limiting me, which really just probably means that they are tracking every link that's being clicked on, and that's probably the case. The problem there is they've seemingly lowered the amount of clicks you can click on before they think you're a bot, and I'm literally moving faster than what they think a human could move at. Anyways, Video Games Chronicles says an Assassin's Creed Valhalla special meeting is being teased, or special announcement is being teased for Monday. Check that out, I guess, if you're interested. Sony Interactive has acquired Valkyrie Entertainment. This is Sony of California acquiring a Seattle-based studio, Valkyrie Entertainment. This is also a Gametsu article. They worked with Sony Santa Monica on God of War 2008 and contributed to God of War Ragnarok, which I guess they liked their work and acquired them. They also took them off the table seemingly for working on Middle-earth Shadow of War, which maybe explains the shift away from Middle-earth to Wonder Woman. And then let's always end on a bad note. Seems like you have to. Apparently, GameDeveloper.com has a report that revelations emerge about a toxic work culture at Bungie. Current and former Bungie employees are speaking out about abusive conditions at the company, which I think these accusations are, and probably truths, are going to come out for almost every video game company. And does that hurt the release of Halo Infinite? Probably not, because they didn't work on Halo Infinite. It's apparently long list of accusations here. I kind of don't even want to hear it from GameDeveloper.com. I want somebody else who's a little bit more objective to surmise it. But yeah. The problem here is you always have to balance these accusations against people working in the real world with jerk bosses, and realizing that a lot of people are suffering and being abused this way, and sometimes the complaints that game developers have are kind of pathetic complaints compared to the way other people have been treated in their own personal experience, or compared to how much they're being rewarded or paid, although you shouldn't trade your sanity or trade your work for abuse. That's still not acceptable at any amount. But yeah, when you have children like mining cobalt in mines in Africa, it's kind of hard to take some of the complaints, some of the lesser complaints in particular, seriously. Anyways, it's been over 4 hours, so that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.